think we've helped these people just about as much as we can. They're going to need more long-term aid than we can provide on our own.
You're right. We need to ask the other realms to send help, and fast. Another reason to hurry and find a way out of Ganath Haros.
Agreed. We'll start looking for a way out tomorrow. For now, we should spend the day resting up while we can.
If there's such a big hurry, why have you sat here for a month doing nothing? God, this time skip is stupid.
What?
What's that noise?
Helfin, this is bad! Look at the sky!
Huh?
And we're all dead. Okay, so the moon is now draining the life from the planet. Nice.
What's happening to Rena and Lenegis?
I just told you.
It looks like Lenegis is transforming? But into what? What's going on?
How the hell are we supposed to fight the Renans if they're packing that kind of arsenal?
It seems they've broken their silence at last. My concern is that object they've dropped into the water. It's as if they're driving a literal wedge into Dana.
Not just into Dana, but her own resistance, too. And what's with that beam of light coming down from above? Got any idea what that could be?
Astral energy.
Are you serious? All of that is astral energy? But that...
It's a lot for sure. Not even all the astral energy harvested by every lord combined compares to that column.
They're trying to squeeze every last bit of energy out of the planet.
But why? I thought they only needed to harvest astral energy as part of the crown contest.
Who cares? If we don't stop it now, the whole of Dana is going to be hollowed into oblivion.
Oblivion.
Do you think that red woman is behind this?
It certainly wouldn't surprise me. Just as the Sovereign, the Maiden, and all 5 Master Cores are gathered in one location, she appears out of nowhere bearing a 6th core. She then forces the 2 of you to help her assemble the Renis Alma. Just what kind of person is this woman?
You mean you don't know her?
Pardon?
She was there at your palace, wasn't she? I figured you knew who she was.
Are you saying I should be familiar with this woman?
Well, sure. I remember seeing her with you back at Adelina Palace several times. Everyone in the guard always wondered who she was.
Now that you mention it, I remember seeing her with Balsef, too. You saw her, right, Shion? Shion?
Oh, sorry, I drifted off. As far as I remember, the first time I saw her was when we ran into her in Pelegion.
Seriously? How could you two not notice her before? She sticks out like a sore thumb.
I guess I always figured she kept an eye on the lords for the Renin top brass.
You're sure you don't remember ever seeing her before?
I'm certain of it. My memory has never failed me.
Probably a perception
But
filter.
if it's not that, then...
We'll get to the bottom of this later. Right now, that wedge is a bigger concern.
Well, what are we gonna do then? We're not gonna be able to leave Ganath Haros until we come up with a plan, right?
Cyslodia lies beyond the northern mountain range.
Yeah, but we haven't found a single route through those mountains while we've been here. And we haven't gotten clues from any of the freed locals either.
Surely there must be a way through. This realm can't have been completely isolated from the rest of the outside world for 300 years. Volron may have simply sealed and hidden it.
Okay, then let's try asking the townspeople again if they know anything. Who knows? We might have missed something the first time around.
Sounds good to me. Better that than trying to build a boat from scratch. Let's start searching.
Wouldn't it be better to try and go over the mountain?
True power.
I imagined there would be something, but not to this extent.
What's gonna happen now?
We ask around. Let's do what we can.
Hey, when that wedge dropped down on Dana, did anyone else see any weird lights shoot out with it?
Indeed. As I recall, it was 4 lights, each one a different color and going in a separate direction.
That's what I saw too. What were they?
Hold on. A lot just happened here, so let's take a minute. For now, let's focus on one thing at a time.
I bet the whole of Dana's losing its mind right about now.
And just when we'd finished liberating all the realms. So much for things getting somewhere close to normal.
It's too calculated, as if whoever's behind all this was watching us.
The people of Pelegion seem pretty unfazed given the circumstances.
They've yet to get the full range of their emotions back. Maybe it's for the best. Can you imagine the panic otherwise?
Yeah, we wouldn't have been able to leave, that's for sure.
Whatever Lenegis is planning, it's a fair bet this wedge they've sent down is just the beginning.
Even now, they're stealing away Dana's astral energy as we speak. Come on, we don't have much time.
Cool. So, we're all dead. And, burgers at my place? I'm not going to double up on the negatives. I just want to re-emphasize how stupid this month gap is. Like, we just saved everyone. And then a month happens. And then that happens. Or, it's been a whole month and we've already tried desperately to find a path through the North Mountains. And none of the townspeople could help. The first townsperson I talked to was like, oh yeah, no, there's a path through the North Mountains. And I bet you money we're going to find it inside of like 10 minutes. What do you want to bet? Which again, wouldn't bother me, if not for the fact that we tried for a month, accomplishing exactly nothing.
Where are these Forland Mountains exactly?
Those are the mountains you encounter if you walk deep enough into the Lavtu marshlands.
Hi, Danka. Speaking of little marshlands.
I don't remember there being any sort of path like that around there.
It's possible we overlooked something before. It wouldn't hurt to look again.
Alright, here we go. Let's find the path that we couldn't find in a month. You ready for this? I'm ready.
We've reached our destination.
Yeah, get some meat really quick. I mean, at that point, that's just a typical Tales of game, isn't it, Danka? Gotta get that delicious horse. Nom, nom. A friend to the animals for eating them all. Sure. Is he? He is not. For once at least.
Look, we've got way more animals.
I never imagined Law would have a knack for husbandry.
Makes sense since they're on the same wavelength.
You're making me blush over here.
Law, maybe you should consider what that statement actually means.
So anyways, for once, the big Dark Souls-y music makes sense, since, you know, there's a hole in the sky and all that.
Whew, what a rush. Is the blazing sword okay?
A little water's not going to hurt it.
Apparently, it's more normal to eat horse by Japanese cultural standards or something. I was actually reading about that, because I was curious why you would raise horse for meat, of all things. Still seems like an odd choice, if I'm being honest, but... What point do I think the combat clicked for me? About 2 minutes in. And also, Saturday.
Armored soldiers!
Some of Volron's former guards.
Let's take them out quick before things get messy.
What, there's not even the option to talk?
Lay
Okay.
down your arms, and no one has to get hurt.
Silence! Traitors like you shall never walk free!
I knew you were stubborn, but you don't have to be so damn dramatic.
Illuminate the dark!
Come one, come all!
Lightning! Leave the enemy's arms to me!
No complaints here!
You're mine!
I mean, you say that, Pillars of Snow, but we have access to, you know, cows and pigs and chicken and sheep.
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
And pigs!
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Excited!
Like, if all you have is horse, sure. We have lots of things. We are spoiled for choice.
I'm out of ammo!
What you're saying is Japan is secretly pure evil. I see. That would explain Pokemon. I've been told alligator's good. And snake, although I've never had either.
What's with the hole here? Is that supposed to be their hideout?
Hold up. For a month, these very obvious loud soldiers have been guarding the very obvious path into a very obvious hole. And we didn't find it in a month. Have I made my point yet? It's the last time I'm going to bring it up, I swear.
It doesn't look like it's freshly dug, whatever it is. Maybe it's the entrance to a path to Cyslodia. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. Let's go.
I think I'm getting stronger.
Oh yeah, so you remember how I hated the last dungeon? I've been told that the previous dungeon.
Something feels odd here.
I've been told that the last dungeon is actually worse. So I hope y'all are ready for that, because that just sounds terrible. You know, it's funny. It's not like you can't have a good last dungeon in a JRPG. I can think of several. But... I mean, then we have the Infinity Dungeons of the world. That's a good point, Arson, and you're right. I mean, let's be honest, I sincerely doubt anything will ever pass the Infinity Dungeon. Because the Infinity Dungeon is just the worst. It does, like, everything wrong. Hi, Tyron.
Be on your guard. Tell me, Alphen, wherever did you learn how to wield a sword?
I was wondering the same thing too, actually. I'm guessing you knew how to fight before you met the Crimson Crows, right?
I used to be a soldier who served a Danon master. I never saw the guy's face, but I still fought for him because he was my employer. Looking back, it wasn't all that different from being a slave.
A Danon master? That must have been before the Renans brought you to Lenegis 300 years ago.
You must fight using real Danon techniques then.
Really? We used to have our own sword arts?
There's a lot of our own history we've lost since the Renans first invaded. It's not all magic and art. I'm sure it includes things like sword styles too. It's incredible and also a little surreal to see those arts still survive after all this time.
Not only that, but I first learned these moves while serving one ruler, only to end up turning my sword on the ruling class altogether. Pretty ironic when you think about it.
I apologize if I dredged up unfortunate memories for you.
Nah, we're good. It's in the past now. All we ever did in those days was stir up trouble.
You're using those skills for a good cause now. It's not all bad.
I suppose this is what people mean when they say that every cloud has its silver lining.
Exactly. He's using those sword skills to make the world better. Could be a lot worse.
True enough. I will stop worrying about mentioning it then.
No wonder we couldn't manage to find them. They've been holed up here all this time, hiding.
Rolling out in the
Remnants
open
of
in
Volron's
full armor.
forces. You think they were planning an ambush on Pelegion?
Possibly. Then again, knowing how blind their devotion is, maybe they were just waiting.
Waiting? For Volron, you mean?
Even though we already defeated him? But yes, I suppose you're right. For these guys, that would just be a technicality. They act more like worshippers than subjects. They're probably still in denial that he was overthrown in the first place.
Either that, or they were biding their time until the next crown contest. Either way, their allegiance is to their lord.
Who they're convinced and expectant will return. So in the meantime, they wait patiently in preparation for the day that he finally does. That's way more than just loyalty. It's no less than total subjugation.
Alright, time to fight Volron's loyal troops. These random beast monsters. Aw.
Hi, Oodle!
Dragon Swarm! Severing Wing! Mirage! I'll take you all on!
Dragon Shell! Are those arms even that big?
Dragon Shell!
Here goes!
We're cleaning house.
Let me take it.
Wow, someone's feeling lively.
Dragon!
Radiant Pierce!
Well then, let's keep moving.
So... Blackman, okay.
You've noticed it, haven't you?
Notice what?
I'm referring to Shion.
I never thought you, of all people, would come to me about her.
Yes, well, what concerns me has more to do with what machinations may be currently unfolding in secret on Lenegis as we make our way along this tunnel.
And you're saying it's related to Shion in some way?
Perhaps. She believed there was a good possibility that the Renis Alma may free her from her thorns. One would think after losing the Renis Alma, she would be more dismayed, and yet she isn't. Why? There's also the matter of the power that she inherited from.
You heard what she said. She didn't know about the Maiden's power.
Mere ignorance does not preclude her deep connection to the events unfolding around us. You recall when her thorns went rampant in Castle Delpharis. I've never seen dark astral energy manifest in such a way.
I thought you said all Renans had dark astral energy inside of them.
Correct. However, what Shion exhibited was far beyond what any ordinary citizen could ever possibly possess. And let me be clear. I do not intend to cast doubt on Shion or her motives. Nevertheless, I cannot shake the feeling that there's more to all of this than what we currently know. Do you disagree?
Of course I don't. That's stupid. To be blunt. Hi, Dr. Winter.
Gotta break through!
A chain between heaven and earth. Searing flame! A wailing banshee of lightning!
You're the top field!
In here!
Back into the group! Your wings won't save you from me!
Reload! Illuminate the healing arc!
Flying
Come
freaks!
forth,
Why
Ares!
don't they just sit still?
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
I'll cover you.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
I wish I could shut him down.
Lunar corruption!
I'll tear you apart!
Raging storm!
So I was looking something up. Supposedly this game sold about 200,000 units in Japan.
This calls for a celebratory drink.
Which, as a reminder,
Obvious that people used to go through here in order to get to the other realms.
You think Volron really did seal it off to keep it hidden then?
Seems like it. Those soldiers we encountered might have known about it, chosen to hide out here.
But with the entrance collapsed and exposed, they must have been forced to come out of hiding.
which as a reminder, 200,000 units is actually pretty damn good. The game has sold 2 million units total.
This will be a delicious piece of cake!
Damn it! Severing wind!
2 million units is insane. Like, that's huge sales figures for a relatively low named JRPG, especially outside of Japan.
Hey, you okay?
Still do this!
Prepare to be
We're in the home stretch, guys!
What she said?
Actually,
Eyes on the
found
prize.
is more
That
appropriate.
focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get singled out?
Severing wind! You're mine! Mirage! It's over! I'm on! Take this!
Raging
You're
storm!
finished!
All right, it's showtime!
Glimmer Dragon!
Now!
Wow! Look what I just found.
I mean, obviously all information is misleading, blah, 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 blah. Here's the relevant point. This game sold 10 times better outside of Japan than within. That's the important part. Exactly Command & Conquer 2. Some of you may remember this game was actually well marketed outside of Japan. You know another game that was marketed well outside of Japan just last year that sold like crazy outside of Japan? Metroid Dread. And if you don't understand the significance of that, the Metroid series has always been relatively low sales figures for its entire existence. But they decided to market it properly and... oh my god. All of a sudden there's sales. It's weird how that works out. It's one of the reasons I get on so much about bad marketing ploys. Because bad marketing ploys just waste money on nothing. But, you know, good marketing? It also happens to be a good game. That's important. Being a good game is a part of this figure. That's something to... yeah, Dragon Quest XI had the exact same thing happen to it. That's true. I don't agree with that at all, Narset. I mean, that's true. I don't agree with half of what you just said. Tales of Berseria, as of last year, has sold a little under 2 million units. Doesn't give me national figures, though, so I don't know about that. Or I guess regional. I don't know how well Symphonia did. Yeah, exactly, Jarwolf. In fact, actually, let's continue to make this point here. Give me a
You got
second.
company! Magna Ray!
I'm on it!
Watch and
You're done!
Is that statue wielding art? Now I've seen everything!
Hear my call! Spread!
We've got flyers!
I've got this! Let a marksman handle it!
All yours!
Eagle top field!
Damn it. doesn't actually give me figures.
Reveals arts too.
We'll soon see about that.
But you're wrong. Like, you're provably wrong. I can pull up sales figures for the Metroid series and prove that the Metroid series has never sold well. The best-selling Metroid game prior to Dread was Metroid Prime 1, and that's if we're counting the Wii re-release.
It's over!
Searing flame!
You're finished!
Here I do it!
Tempest!
Like, I don't want to disagree with your opinion, I'm disagreeing with your facts, which is sales figures.
Looks like we won.
Name recognition has nothing to do with anything. I'm just throwing that out the window. Bling! And it's gone. Ah. She already... Jeez, okay.
I don't know when it happened, but we sure are hauling a lot of stuff these days.
I was just thinking the exact same thing. Glad to hear I'm not the only one.
We should probably clear some stuff out. Like our old weapons we're not using anymore. They must be in pretty bad shape by now.
No way. Those are still good as new with a little polishing. If anything, I'd say all our armor is what's weighing us down.
But that armor's also still good once you fix it up. Besides, better to have too much armor than too little. You can trust me on that one.
Well, what about all these dumb old antiques we're lugging around? If we sell those off, that should lighten our load.
Simpletons such as yourself who can't appreciate the true worth of such things is how precious art vanishes from history.
Pretty art's not gonna save you in a fight, man.
Stop it, you guys! This is no time to...
All I really meant to say is, you can tell how much we've been through by everything we're carrying around. Honestly, that's all.
Oh.
My deepest apologies. It appears that I may have rather overreacted.
Yeah, I guess it's only natural we'd have so many souvenirs by now. I might have been out of line too.
I guess all this stuff really is a sign of how far we've come together.
Yeah, every little piece is its own treasure filled with memories.
So, based on the figures I'm staring at, which are of course misleading and inaccurate, as of this moment in time, Tales of Arise is the third best selling Tales of game. The second one is Tales of Berseria, just barely. And the number one, can anyone guess? What's the best selling Tales of game? Give me a guess. And you guess me. How would you guess Vesperia? What possible reason would lead you to guess Vesperia?
Other signs people were living here. Even Zoogle cages.
I would have never guessed
This
Vesperia.
is where the remnants of Volron's forces hold themselves up. Yeah.
They were hiding in a place like this all along.
I'm weirded out by that. I've got to know, Pajama Day. Why would you guess Vesperia?
Out of our way!
When did I get so popular?
A chain between target and Earth.
Here I come!
I can shatter any steel!
Here I come! It's over! I'm on it!
Good cleaning house.
Let me take the rest!
I suppose that's true. When I started up my stream of Vesperia, it was the one that everyone praised constantly, which is part of why I was confused by how bad it was. But anyways, yeah, so the answer is Vesperia. Vesperia is the best-selling Tales of game. As of right now.
A chain between target and Earth. A wailing banshee of lightning.
There's always room for improvement.
Based on figures, I'm pretty sure the Steam release is why that's a thing.
This'll make us even more formidable.
That's why I was so weirded out that you guessed that. Like, who would possibly guess that that is the one that's the best-selling one? By 800,000 units, by the way, for a bit of perspective. Now again, I wouldn't be surprised if Arise actually surpasses it. It's just Yeah. Yes, Blade Travell. Vesperia, so Vesperia was the first game we ever reviewed, which had a lot of good and a lot of bad at the same time. Its score was near 0. I'm going the wrong way. Because it was like 15 pluses and 16 negatives kind of a scenario.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
In the water's edge, I see but for a moment one Ganeth Harrows.
I hate to break it to you, man.
Well, we're about to be attacked.
No holding back.
This'll be a piece of cake.
Come and face me!
Got you.
Severing wind!
Mega ray.
Take this!
I'm all
Mirage!
set up.
Tear!
Stop!
Talon storm. Raging storm. Lunar
I'll
corruption.
finish you. That frickin' does it!
Here's a healing arc. First aid. Tempest whirl.
Watch this!
Tunnel. I'm only getting.
Looks like... Yep, I'm right.
It's too fast!
So it's Vesperia on top, and then Berseria, and then Arise. Can anyone guess the 4th best-selling Tales of game while we're here?
You know, watching you really makes me realize.
Makes you realize what?
Maybe thinking too much gets in the way sometimes.
Exactly! Don't think.
Mirage!
Symphonia is a good guess, but wrong.
Onward and upward.
Abyss? I don't even see Abyss in like the top 10. Hang on, let me... Yeah, Abyss is pretty low, probably because it's system locked.
Swallow dance!
I'm on a roll now!
Destiny is correct. Tales of Destiny is the next one.
I'm out of ammo. I'm all fucked up.
It's hysterical.
I'm surrounded!
Here's a healing arc. Come first aid.
Dragon swarm! Take it! Raining slash!
Wailing
Raining slash!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
Then, finally, we have Tales of Symphonia.
No escape!
Never one down.
Now, what's really funny, the next best-selling game after Symphonia is Fantasia.
Onward and upward.
I mean, I was probably nice on that game, Svatoslav, so that doesn't surprise me. In my defense, the initial few missions and stealth sections were really good, and I loved the accessibility options and the difficulty options. Well, no,
This equipment is really...
that's more or less normal. In a lot of cases, the first game in a series tends to be its best-selling version, for literally no other reason than the fact that it's been around the longest. I mean, what's the best-selling Mario
You
game?
must really like it, Alphen.
How much do they have to steal from us to be satisfied?
What's that thing's purpose, anyway? Some kind of siphon that sends the astral energy the Lords harvested to Lenegus?
Not as far as I'm aware. That said, it has become evident since the forming of the Renaissalma, as well as other recent events, that my insight may be thin. I would, as I believe the saying goes, take what I say with a grain of salt.
No, Halim.
At the very least, I believe we can assume that whoever is pulling the strings behind the scenes has had this in the works for quite some time.
Why's that?
The people on Lenegus may have plenty of resources at their disposal, but not even they could prepare something like that in a mere month. Something of that magnitude takes considerable time, as well as a predetermined goal in mind.
Then what was the crown contest for?
At this stage, I think it was but one step in the greater scheme we see unfolding before us. What that scheme is exactly, I haven't a clue. For now, I believe we should keep moving. The path continues. It's quite possible it will take us all the way to Cyslodia.
Agreed. Let's keep moving.
So Shion's thorns are dark astral energy.
We already know that.
Rinwell. Are you worried about Shion?
Of course I am. But I don't know how to talk to her about it.
You and me both.
So real quick, if you want to get technically, the best-selling Mario game is Mario Kart 8. That's a technically. So the actual best-selling Mario game of all time is Super Mario Bros. By like 3 million sales units. It's insane. Now, of course, there's some asterisks attached to that, but that's just how sales figures tend to work.
Come to think of it, what happened to those 4 lights that fell from Lenegus along with the wedge?
All 4 of them scattered in different directions. It's anyone's guess where on Dana they might have landed.
I'm not entirely sure, but it seemed like those lights may have all been different elements of astral energy.
So even though they're using the wedge to siphon off energy from Dana, they're shooting it back down to Dana as well? Why?
I don't know. It all happened so suddenly.
Hopefully it's not a sign of some new threat we'll have to deal with.
But if that red woman has anything to do with the wedge, then what could that light...
It's weird, isn't it?
Oh?
The Red Woman. Shion and Dohalim said they'd never seen her before Pelagian.
Are you saying they're lying to us?
No, it's not that I think they're lying, just... There has to be some reason for it, right?
Well, one thing the 2 of them have in common is that they're both Renans.
Okay, you 2. Put a pin in it for now. I know that we're in the dark about a lot, but for now, let's focus on getting through these mountains.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I'm surprised by Mario Kart 8 as well. And you're right, Pillars of Snow. Super Mario Bros. Was a bundle game. In fact, it was actually several bundle games. That's why it's so damn high. And it's been re-released, and those count, yada yada yada. Now, what surprises me is the second best-selling Mario game, which is New Super Mario Bros. On the DS. I guess that's not that surprising, because the DS was just a money-making machine, and is still one of the best-selling consoles of all time. That's wow. I believe that was a bundle with the DS as well, but I'm not actually sure. So don't quote me on that. Now, I know New Super Mario Bros. Wii was a bundle, which is the number 3 one, by the way. Number 4 is Mario Odyssey. But no, if there's any point to be taken from all the numbers I'm sharing, it's the fact that sales figures are their own thing. That have nothing to do with any one thing.
Out of our way!
Dragon Form! I'm on
The
it!
best-selling PlayStation 1 Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy VIII.
Talent Now I'm in the groove!
You are in tip-top shape.
As soon as I'm done here, an astral Shion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done!
I'm just getting started!
The sales figures of GTA 5 are actually pretty legit. The money that GTA 5 has made is not.
Oops, right!
So,
Could have been worse.
I mean, Gunblades are just a sales figure by themselves. I suppose I should clarify that sentence. So, GTA 5 sales figures are one of the most deliberately misleading sales figures I've ever seen. Real quick. How many units of Super Mario Bros., the best-selling Mario game, do you think they've moved? Now, that's counting years of re-releases and bundles with multiple NES packages. Again, for years. What do you think their sales figures are?
Yeah! And bubbling to me!
One at a time! Can't be
It's over!
Between 15 and 20, that would be huge.
The heavens must be smiling.
That would be just a colossally huge sales figure, if true. But you're way off. It's actually 40 million. Now, 40 million sales figures is bonkers. Just bonkers. But I'm pointing that out because even that 40 million required a huge amount of, like, asterisks to reach that number, right? So how many units of GTA 5 have they said they've shipped? And I'm phrasing it that way
Hey, look at that
very
enemy.
deliberately.
Shine.
Looks like trouble with a
Come on! Together, we've got this! I'll take you all on! Mirage! Be careful, everyone! This one isn't normal!
We don't have firearms here on Dana.
I can show you
got
mine
fire.
if you like.
I've got this. Let a marksman handle it.
A billion would be actually stupid. But if we're being honest, it's still actually stupid.
Nothing and the others truly are strong. What about me?
Dragon Swarm!
Field.
Severing Wind!
Let's get you all tucked away.
Mirage!
Radiant
We did it!
As impressive as always.
And here I hope that isn't
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look
Eagle Assault!
165 million units. Which is bullcrap, to put that as absolutely bluntly as I can. There's no way. There is no feasible way. That is a straight up lie. I don't know how they're lying. I can think of a couple ways hypothetically,
Cold all of a sudden after we
but that is a lie.
Law.
Yeah, we're getting close.
Now, the GTA series has always pushed good numbers. Don't mistake me. You know, GTA 4 sold 25 million copies. GTA San Andreas, which is their best-selling game, sold 27 million. Those are respectable numbers.
Gotta bring
But 165 is stupid.
Illuminate.
Yeah, maybe they're literally counting accounts for GTA Online.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Maybe they're counting every download of the game. I don't know. They're doing something.
Truly.
Because that is a made-up number.
Glimmer Dragon Swarm! Raining Slash! Chill!
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Don't get careless.
Now this is interesting. We do actually have shipped numbers for GTA 5 on the PC. That's the re-release. 12.6 million, which is a lot more believable. Now that was the re-release, but still.
It's on! Dragon Swarm!
Hear my call.
Do I think GTA Online has made more money than the entire Mario franchise in 4 decades? Yes. Does that make me feel sick to my stomach? Yes. Did I have a chance to read your document? Yes, but I didn't have a chance to edit it. Hey, she learned Annihilation.
How come I get singled out?
As impressive as always.
Here I hope that was improved.
No, I mean, you're even better.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Did you see?
Sure did. The part where you swung and missed, right?
Not that part!
It's a good question, Professor Young. I don't know. Suddenly Zephyr jumps up. Why did you leave me here?
We made it to Cyslodia.
We need to get that bridge down somehow.
It looks like we can control it from our side. Let's take a closer look.
No, what would be dark is if they actually burned him, as is their custom, but they didn't kill him.
Are you okay, Law?
Oh, fine. Just thinking. The past is a real downer. That's why I'm focused on what's ahead of me. You?
Yeah. I'm going to stay the path. As long as we're all together, I know we'll be all right.
Same here. Now let's get moving.
The enemy may have a freaking space station, moon, which is currently ripping energy out of the planet, but it'll be okay. We have the power of friendship. And thermonuclear devices. Oh, yeah, no, I honestly have no real hopes for GTA 6 at this point. I really do think GTA... I want to stress that I'm not being facetious. I actually think GTA Online has been a cancer on not only the industry, but on the GTA series specifically. And it will forever taint everything Rockstar ever does again. Because you know that 2K Games is going to be looking at that and saying, well, that's the sales figures we expect now. Not sales figures, sorry. That's the money. That's the income we expect now. Shortcut unlocked. This really is Dark Souls.
Oh, good. We can cross through here. Stop! Who goes there?
Really?
My name is Alphen. We're not your enemies.
Did you say Alphen? Slap me silly, it really is you!
What's up?
Forgetting someone?
Rinwell! Oh, glad to see you're doing okay.
What are you guys doing out here?
We're patrolling the realm. Never thought I'd bump into you all on my rounds, though. Heck, enough of me, though. What's going on up in the sky? Feels like the world's gonna end.
Well, funny you say that.
That's what we're trying to figure out ourselves. And as it happens, I've got a big favor to ask.
I had an inkling that's why you'd come back, as soon as I saw you in the distance. So you beat all the lords, huh? Damn, you really must be a hero.
I just did what I had to. So can you send anybody to help Ganeth Harros?
I think we can help out. I'll hit up the other resistance groups and rustle up some support. I doubt they'll have a problem sending people once I mention it's you who's asking.
Thanks. If you guys can help out, that'll give us a chance to do something about that wedge out in the ocean.
Yeah, I think that's something only you guys can handle. Speaking of which, that thing's out in the middle of the ocean. How do you even plan on reaching it?
By boat. We're about to go look for one.
No rest for the weary, I see. Hey, what happened to that mask you used to wear?
It's a long story. Let's just say I lost it.
So there was this Vegeta wannabe, right?
Expected to run into Bregan.
Cyslodia's probably in good hands with him.
Yeah. Now we can focus on finding a ship.
A boat, huh? Where are we gonna find one of those? It's not the kind of thing people just leave lying around.
Especially not Renans. For an Imperial power, they never have shown much interest in maritime expansion. Still, I dare say there should be the odd small vessel here and there.
All well and good, but that structure's slap bang in the middle of the ocean. A fishing boat won't cut it.
Let's just try to find one that won't sink us halfway out, yeah? Not that it needs to be a huge galley like Almeidria's or anything.
Just as well, since we've passed, let's see, literally 0 huge galleys.
All I know is we have to reach that thing in the ocean. Anything that might work, I say we try it. Thanks to Bregan, it seems like Ganeth Harros should be in good hands, at least.
I wonder who they'll send to look after things. It'll be someone from one of the other resistance organizations, no doubt.
They could do a whole lot worse than someone like Doc. A knowledge of medicine would go a long way there.
Wait, do you mean the old guy back in Calaglia? Ganeth Harros would be one hell of a trek from there. He'd have to get here first.
My brother's old second-in-command, Legil, would be a perfect fit, too. Pity she'll probably still have her hands tied up with work in Menancia.
Mahag Sar will be the same story. They won't have the manpower as it is, let alone enough to start exporting it.
Man, everyone's still struggling to get back on their feet, huh?
Knowing Bregan, he'll probably take things into his own hands. He seems like the kind of guy who enjoys a challenge.
Thinking back on it now, though, it does kind of make you realize just how many people we've gotten to know in each of the places we visited.
That's true. And each and every connection we forged is priceless. Anyway, we can trust Bregan to take care of things from here. Come on, let's focus on the task at hand.
Yeah, it never really struck me that it was Professor Iago. I
Freezing.
mean, obvious in
It's always
hindsight.
like this in
but,
Cyslodia.
Menencia was most fortunate, I see.
Not since the helmet. Or no, I guess not since the new dress. Oh, can I warp around now? I can. What level are we?
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here faster.
Well,
I'm the guy who asked for fashion advice. I can barely recognize you.
not a good look.
Your getup looks tacky. See everyone walking around town like that? Every outfit has time and place, and now is not the time for that. Well, apparently, his fashion sense sucks. I'm sure glad we waited over half the game to turn in that quest. Well worth the effort.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
But yeah, the only thing I'm expecting from GTA 6 is for it to suck.
Let's
If
see
we're
what's going
lucky,
on around
it might actually
There
be...
might be someone who could use our help.
Guys, I know what a side quest is. If we're lucky, it might actually be a thing where they're like, here's the tutorial for GTA 6 Online, and that's all it'll be. Because it can go down from there.
Why?
Oh yeah? Dohalim.
Very well, there's been a shining light from the wedge. We must deal with it. Or kill everyone. It'll probably look very pretty. Might even have good voice acting.
It'd be bad news if this had something to do with that wedge business.
What I don't get is, why here? What could possibly be out here?
We'll find out for ourselves whether it's coincidence or something more.
Oh, wow!
Yeah. Oh?
So there's some kind of earth spirit here. Cool. We haven't saved today.
Are we
Huh?
underground? This looks like the inside of some kind of ancient structure.
It seems likely that we're in a Danan temple. Instead of destroyed, it must have been buried and preserved. Either that, or it was constructed underground to begin with.
Yeah, Rockstar, you gotta have faith! Okay.
Careful! We've got company!
What the? Are those statues moving?
And attacking!
Oh, wow.
You're mine!
What?
You're finished!
Mega Ray!
You're mine!
Annihilation!
Come and face
Mega
me!
Ray! Can't be squirreled!
You're mine!
Yeah, that's what I was wowing about. Not only that, look at how much damage I am not doing. That's my biggest hitting attack right there. It's only hitting for 500.
Mega Ray!
Raining Slash!
Annihilation!
Blow away!
One more! Radiant
Raining
Slash!
Yeah, I'm chipping the paint here.
Annihilation!
Blow away!
Radiant Spear!
Raining
Wailing
Slash!
Banshee of Lightning!
Blow away!
In here!
Raining Slash!
I'm only getting
Blow
Radiant
away!
Slash!
Swallow
Searing
dance!
Flame! Reload! I'm out of ammo!
Raining Slash!
Raging
The
Storm!
only attack I have that's doing anything to these things.
Annihilation!
I could do without this pain. Dragon
Here's a
Swarm!
healing arc! First
Raining
elimination!
Slash! Blow away! Raining Slash!
As impressive as always.
Coming through! Ha! Now! Scarlet Inferno!
I'll heal you
I'm
all!
on it. Raining Slash!
So,
Back into the fray!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a
how
complaint.
many floors is this? I guess the question I want to ask there.
Blow away!
I never miss! Holy
Blow
Land!
off! Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
See that?
That training's paying off!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
A whirling Banshee of Lightning!
Here I come! It's over!
Get out of there! Reload!
Here I come! It's over!
I'm out of ammo! Tempest! Rip and tear!
Blow away! Raining Slash!
Hopefully that doesn't happen to me, Pajama Day.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Raging
Blow away! Raining Slash! Blow away!
Take this!
Look sharp! Lightning Tiger Blade!
What the hell was all that about? Those things didn't even look alive, let alone like Zoogles.
They were part of these ruins, but it seems the astral energy changed them somehow. If I had to guess, I'd say there's something bigger lurking within that wants us gone from this place.
Whoever or whatever it is must really value its privacy.
Searing Flame! Reload! Tempest!
I wonder. Damn it. And we cannot flee.
Raining Slash! Blow away!
Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing Banshee of Lightning!
Thanks.
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Now I can let
So
loose.
I've been debating how many negatives I want to give to something in the combat.
First aid!
And I'm leaning towards 2, but I want everyone's opinion first.
Sealed! Will this help?
So,
In there with the others.
it's taken me a while to really process this problem
A wailing
and what's actually happening.
Sealed!
It boils down to the fact that it's actually hard to physically connect with attacks in the game. Attacks have a tendency to swing past the opponent, or to not reach the opponent at all, or swing in completely the wrong direction, or repeat the swings.
A chain between
And so it's just kind of irritating to play the game constantly, right? Like the only way I've ever figured out to even sort of get around that is to, just take my hand off the mouse completely and just kind of let the game direct me towards the enemy. Now that means I'm not doing regular damage, but it's whatever, right? It's not a great thing. It's even worse on Law. But then we think about Dohalim for a second. How does Dohalim deal with this problem? Well, all of Dohalim's strikes are big, sweeping AoE hits that hit the enemy regardless of your positioning, so your position doesn't really matter.
back into the fray.
Now, under normal circumstances, I would say that's, maybe a good thing, like maybe you want to have a character where you have to get nice and precise with the hits, but it's not difficult, it's annoying. The controls feel wrong. And I've been trying to put a finger on this for a while. So what a friend of mine and I did a couple days ago. What a friend of mine and I did a couple years ago is a couple days ago, is we sat down and we poked at a couple of other Tales of games to try and compare and contrast. Those included Symphonia, Vesperia, and Grace's F. Those 3 specific ones. And we were trying to figure out if this is a thing in other Tales of games or if it isn't a thing in other Tales of games. So let me go ahead and say really quick that both Tales of Grace's F and Vesperia did not have this issue. Symphonia did, actually, although in a way that was easier to bypass. And that kind of got me thinking. So we know this is the first time they've worked with this engine for this particular game. And we know that the overall format has, usually been 3D, but it's actually a 2D plane, right? Forwards and back towards a particular enemy. Like you switch lock on, but ultimately your only options are to go forwards or back. So in Symphonia, the same thing would be happening, but it would be easy to correct because instead of having, hundreds of different directions you could hit rather than hitting the enemy, you would only really have like 2. And then you could just back up for a second and then you'd hit the enemy no problem. And in the other 2, the tracking seemed to be much better in terms of making sure that your attacks were swinging towards the enemy. And it felt like it was doing a better job with the connecting frames. I forget what that's called, the middle frames, where you've got the lead up and then you've got the connecting, right? And the connecting frames were much better done, whereas in this one, it feels like it's really easy to miss that connecting window, depending on when exactly you hit, which, again, shouldn't be a bad thing, but it totally freaking is. So, this issue is mitigated slightly if you're playing as Rinwell, who is ranged and therefore bypasses it entirely. Xion, ranged, bypasses it entirely. Or Dohalim, who just has AoE. He just hits in a large area, and therefore he is capable of hitting regardless of the problems I just mentioned. But playing as Law is absolutely aggravating because he's the worst for this by far, because his range is so short and the tracking is so much more obvious on him. But it's been an irritant for me playing as Alphen this whole time as well, for the exact same reason. It's one of the reasons why initially I used a move set that specifically had me lunge towards the enemy, so that, oh my god, so that I could, have a decent chance of actually hitting said enemy. Like, the fact that this right here is its own frustration. Like, so Pax, one of the ways he got around this is he would deliberately go out of his way to, rather than try to move at all like this, or try to get up on the enemy, he would just jump, hit the wrong button, very important, but he would jump and do one of his tracking aerial attacks in order to be on the enemy, in order to then hit it. Now, these enemies aren't even a really good way to show this off, because a lot of the enemies have 2 other related issues. One, they're too, they move around too much. I know, you're supposed to hit the Dohalim thing, but the problem with the Dohalim thing is that's a charge ability that only lasts for a brief period of time, that you then have to wait before you can use it again, and therefore actually get caught back up on actually hitting the enemy. And 2, the size of the enemies. So, enemies that are too small and enemies that are too big both have the same problem in different directions. Enemies that are too small, I've actually seen my attacks just go straight over them, or bypass them entirely, like swing right by them. Enemies that are too big have this really unfortunate irritation where, rather than tracking to the actual point on the enemy you're targeting, like say the head of one of the behemoths, you tend to swing right by the head in order to either hit their hind flanks or not hit them at all, which you might think, who cares, but that gets into an issue because almost all the big enemies have a weak point that you're trying to hit, that you're locked onto in some cases. Now, not all of them are in the same spot, but you get my overall point. This, I'm going to call it tracking, because that's a good word for it. The tracking is not good in this game. And I've been debating how many negatives to give it for some time now, especially after sitting down and, actually working it out. So anyways, we were going to save the world, but then we decided to do an optional dungeon and we died. The end. Oh, and I never said thank you. Thank you, Strife. I even wrote down that you subbed, but I didn't say thank you. I apologize. Thank you very, very much for that sub. If you want to put it towards something, do please let me know. Thank you. Oh, thank God we died. Okay, so
I can't believe it.
let's look this quest up and decide how much we're never doing it. Not a bad comparison, Samzeed, but I really do think they messed up somewhere. Like, I think they actually made a mistake. Again, the only theory I have is that they weren't used to the new engine. Because I don't remember this being a particularly huge issue on previous games. Like I said, the only other game that even had this problem, which is Symphonia, had a really easy way to correct for it. Okay, so the recommended level for this one is 60. That's... wow. Yep. Cool. Yep. I'm out. Yeah, the height is another problem. You may notice that I stopped doing aerial attacks very early on. That's one of the reasons why. I mean, the problem is it's already 2 negatives, Junk Garage. Like, it's been a problem the whole game. And it's just been getting worse. In fact, the way I say that out loud, it has to be 3 negatives. There's no argument. So you have a good point, Junk Garage. You know, we could buy some levels and go do this. That's a true statement. Yeah, let's go here.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Yeah, that's the exact same ship model
If
as
we
the
find
previous
anyone
one.
who needs help here,
I know. We'll make sure to ask what's wrong.
Nope, I'm good. We're done with side quests for now. Possibly forever.
Well, if it ain't the Blazing Sword and his merry crew.
Mahavar? I can't believe you're still alive.
Course I am. If you landlubbers can make it out of that sinking ship alive, ain't no reason an old sea dog like me wouldn't too.
How did we?
Yeah, but that wave hit hard. I'm glad to see you're okay. Sorry we put you in so much danger back there.
All water under the bridge at this point. You helped make one of my life's dreams come true. The ship, on the other hand, she took a bit of a beating, though, I'll admit.
Really? What happened to it? It looks fine to me on the
How
outside.
did it get back here?
She's fine now, but she was in rough shape when I made it back here.
Hold on.
Engine chamber.
Does
came
that
up
ship
the
have a
coast.
rear
Without a
drive?
lot of options, I decided to talk to the head honcho of the Dark Wings and see if he could help at all. And wouldn't you know it, Crazy Fool sent over Renan engineers to help. Can you believe it?
Renan?
Yep. Said they came from Menancia. They were real professionals. did what they needed to and didn't give me guff or anything. I was damn near floored.
So they did the work themselves. Good on them.
Well, they did a bang-up job, because she's better than ever now. Speaking of which, I take it she's why you're here?
Yes. We need to get out on the ocean, and fast. When can we set sail?
Give the man a minute to think it over, Alphen. He hasn't even said yes yet.
It's all right, little lady. I'm a man of the sea. I'll gladly help. Hop aboard, folks.
Oh, that's right. We are now finally at a level where we could go do the arena. That's a good point. I'm not even being facetious about that. We have not been at the level to do that for, like, the whole game, really. Here, I think? Yeah, there.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Burger. Burger. I know we get titles because I've seen at least 2 that are required to do the solo training arena thing.
We finally made it.
That thing up. Yep, novice solo training grounds cleared.
Did you
Sure.
used to come here when you were younger, Kisar?
An opponent like this should be easy. Wind! Mirage! Here I come! Blow away! This one's gonna be tough. Here I come! You're finished! This one's all mine! Dragon Swarm! Severing Wind! My turn! Blow away! Take this! You're finished! Here I come! Ha! Come one, come all! Take this! Raining Slash! Blow away! We did it! Blow away!
I haven't seen input buffering this bad since I played Elden Ring.
Raining Slash! Blow away! Raining
Look at that! That had to have been 2 seconds of input buffering.
Its defenses are down! Blow away! Raining Slash! Relief! Here I come! Severing Wind! You're mine! Dragon Swarm!
Oh god, this... Okay, never mind. They're not as armored as the other. I was gonna say, it's gonna be really boring if they're as armored as the other guys.
Raining Slash! Blow away! We did it! Fire in the Blow away! Raining Slash! Blow away! Raining Slash! Blow away! We did it! Take this! Raining Slash! Dragon Swarm! Halt! Raining Slash! Blow away! Wind! Blow him down! Fall back! Take this! Dragon Swarm! Blow away!
Anyways, that's the arena. And we're out. No, I should actually probably judge this place. I don't know. Like, I'm not actually doing this. This is a colossal time sink, which I do not have the interest in right now. It's a built-in grind, I mean, because we can get, we can get herbs, we can get money, we can get titles. There's first clear bonuses, which is rewarding. There's, repeat stuff, which refreshes every hour long. There's target clear times. It's a combat minigame. I'm really, really neutral on it. I suppose we can give it a positive for being worthwhile? Question mark. I mean, yeah, it's a practice mode.
Poor soul who is in dire need.
It's a practice.
Sounds like our cue to step in and help.
It's a practice mode that gives rewards and can be repeatable. In my defense, we actually tried the arena earlier, and it was like, no, you should be level 30 for this, and I wasn't. So I got pasted.
Right.
Excuse me!
Well... Really?
Good.
What the? Seriously?
All right.
No, I believe you, Pajama Day. I wouldn't even do the law one, for example. Yeah, ironically, I'm pretty sure I could do a lot with Kisara if I wasn't interested in doing DPS, which of course I am. I've actually been debating switching off of controlling him, but I'm not sure, this sounds egotistical, I'm not sure if the AI is going to do as much DPS as him as I am as him. I don't know. Alright, so now to not do that quest. There's still one here? Oh, so there is. God, there's a lot of side quests all of a sudden. You know what? No. PBC.
Finally. If only we could have flown with the wind to get here fast.
Seriously?
I guess.
What?
All right.
Huh?
You did it!
What is it?
Not really, Bleachaball. The only MP is used for healing stuff. So. So Xion burns MP.
Okay, off we go.
I mean, she's got charge time and cast time.
Stench. I'd say the animals at the ranch are all grown now.
Why is it not? Oh, that's why. I guess here? Sure. But yeah, she has charge time, and she gets even stronger by stealing
We've reached our
casts
destination.
from enemies, stuff like that. But otherwise, she is a ranged character, yes. Now we're putting
That's
something
no
off for a
ordinary
few
stray
minutes.
there.
We'd best stay out of its way for now.
So we're going to try something here. Level 42. Yeah, we got this.
I've got...
All we have to do...
Really bad...
I'll play... Law. The worst character in the game.
Feeling about this. They're all coming after me.
I'm coming, Manuel.
I'm not scared. I'm totally fine.
Okay. Go back.
Here's my call. The flashing part's their weak point.
An astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
I'm out of ammo. I'm all stuffed up.
Here I come. We did it.
As impressive as always.
Illuminate the
Here I hoped I wasn't too.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered. Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth. A wailing banshee of lightning! Sweep now.
Water, hear my call. Red. I'll heal you all.
You're mine.
This world! Alright,
mine.
it's
I
showtime!
really owe you one.
Mirage!
I'm
Dragon
sorry to be a
Swarm!
bother.
We've all got enough on our plates.
Yes, ma'am.
Go
Illuminate the dark!
Rising Rider!
Come forth! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth.
Mega ray.
A close
Rising Viper!
Mega ray.
Mirage!
Back into the
Dragon
fray.
Swarm!
Illuminate the
Be
dark!
still!
Come
I'm
forth!
not
Holy
done!
glimmer! Holy land! A chain between heaven and
Lightning
earth.
Thrust! Stardust!
A wailing banshee of
Mirage!
lightning!
I owe you one.
In here! This'll come in handy.
Searing flame. Reload. Here's a healing art.
Take this!
First aid.
What a
Illuminate the dark! Come
Sword
forth!
Rain
Holy
Alpha!
glimmer! Holy land!
Back
A
into the
chain
fray.
between heaven and earth.
Lightning.
A wailing banshee of
Here, let me
lightning!
help.
Sleep now!
Here I go.
Let's get you all tucked away!
Here, let me help. First aid.
Okay, here I go.
I'm only getting started.
Illuminate the dark! Healing orb! Holy glimmer! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! A wailing banshee of lightning!
That frickin' does it! Watch it!
Now I can let loose.
Tempest World!
Take this!
Whoa! Hey! When did it come?
Mirage!
Here, let me help.
First aid!
That's
A chain
spot.
between heaven and earth!
Water, hear my call.
A wailing banshee!
Mirage!
Illuminate the
Dragon
dark!
Swarm!
Come forth! Holy glimmer!
Will this help?
Hut!
Healing circle.
Rising
What would I
Viper!
do? I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts
What
do
would I
best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Double Demon
In
Fang!
here! Reload! Get on in there with the others!
You're mine! Try this!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Annihilation.
A wailing banshee of lightning! In here!
I'm not done! Demon
Get on in there
Fang!
with the
Double
others!
Demon Fang!
Here, let me help. First aid. There, and again. Mega ray. What and weak.
Demon Fang!
Searing flame. Reload. Searing flame. Reload. I'm out of it. Back into the fray.
I'm not done!
Annihilation. Mega ray.
Rising Viper!
Radiant pierce.
I mean, they're doing fine without me.
First
I don't think they really need me.
Now I'm real mad!
Alpin! Astral energy!
Say no more!
Lunar corruption.
Here I come!
Back into the
Sword
fray.
Rain Alpha!
More with
Radiant
lightning. Downfall.
All finish you here and now! Destruction!
Got it!
Eternal
Now
Devastation!
what can?
Watch this!
Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah, you too.
Double Demon Fang!
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy
Eagle's
glimmer!
Eye!
Holy land! Chain between heaven and earth! A wailing-
Oh my god. Stop attacking the air. 5 seconds.
Come in handy.
Will this help?
Rising Viper!
Okay,
Here I come!
Not in your dreams!
so much for sitting this fight out. Nope, that'd be silly.
Illuminate the dark! Come forth! Holy land! A chain between heaven and
Falling
earth!
behind. Looks like this one's mine.
Like hell it
Here's
is!
a healing art.
Rising Viper!
Feel!
You're done!
Get on in there with the others!
Think again. Here's a healing art. First aid.
There you go.
Take
I
this.
feel like me again.
Master Field!
Back into
Here I come!
Eagle's Eye!
It's showtime!
Rising Wyvern! No escape! Luna!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Whoa, hey, one at a time!
Talon
Rising Wyvern!
Eagle! I'm just getting started!
Supernova!
away!
Demon Fang!
Demon Fang!
The dark!
Eagle
Dark
Fang!
Force! Holy Kingdom! Holy Land! Mountain Heaven and Earth! Hold on to your art!
Dragon
Now!
Hurricane!
Remote!
Astral Energy!
Say no more.
Let's say round 2.
You sure showed them.
All in a day's work.
Yeah, sorry, I had to do my dental work. I figured getting into a combat would be a good time to do that. Why didn't you do it before you started stream?
Finally.
I hadn't finished eating
If only we
breakfast
could have
yet by the
flown
time
with
it
the
was
wind to get here faster.
time to start.
Sure.
Right.
Hey!
Yeah!
What do we get that for? Oh well. Listen. Wait, why does that make me wicked? Yeah, whatever. I'm just gonna live with it. I'm just gonna live with it. Seriously, how did you get this ship back in the dock? Usually there's a tugboat to help you with things like that. Oh, got you. So, wicked instead of wicked.
This thing already looked plenty huge from afar. Seeing it up close makes it really hit home.
I didn't expect the journey to go so smoothly. I figured the Renans would send something to sink us.
Maybe they didn't think we had the nerve to come.
Somehow I kinda doubt that.
It's entirely possible they don't see us as a threat.
What do you mean?
That they think they're beyond our reach. Still, this structure is quite the unusual sight. Truth be told, never seen anything like it.
You're right. It doesn't look like the buildings on Lenegis at all. Or like any Renan structure for that matter.
It's weird. It doesn't feel like the kind of thing that has people inside either. Yeah, it's definitely something creepy. What the hell is it even made of?
I don't know. It's not mechanical or biological, but it's definitely alive in some way.
Shion?
I'm okay. It's nothing.
Well, what do we do now?
We have to stop this thing from siphoning off all of Dana's astral energy. That means finding the core and smashing it to bits.
Okay, but look at the size of it. I don't know if we'll find the core just wandering around.
Good point. Can anyone get a read on the astral energy around us? Any kind of a sign?
There's a rather enormous flow of energy moving directly upwards. If we wish to follow it, we'll have to do some climbing.
Rinwell?
Over there?
Hey, what's up with you?
Huh?
You okay? What happened?
I'm not sure. When I was reaching out to the astral energy, I thought I heard a voice.
Always a good sign.
Yeah. I couldn't make out any words, but it sounded like it wanted me to come to it.
Even better sign.
This seems like a trap, right?
It's not a trap.
How can you tell?
Listen, I don't know why, but when it spoke to me, I knew it wasn't hostile.
Trap, trap, trap.
What do you think?
It could well be a trap. However, it's also our only real option short of wandering aimlessly about.
Let's trust Rinwell on this.
You sure?
No.
Yeah.
It beats the alternative, I guess. What did I say? Sheesh, it's like walking on eggshells around here.
Sometimes you have to choose your words more carefully, Law.
Huh? Oh, right.
So to answer you in summary, Pajama Day, it was 4 story negatives and I believe 1 story positive. And multiple gameplay negatives. I don't remember how many. Hang on. 1, 2, 3 gameplay negatives. Yeah, I didn't like that section. Yeah, and I thought the previous chapter was worst. And then we encountered that dreck. I was making fun of that exact sequence of events to my brother-in-law just yesterday. Thank you, Jesse Ward, very much.
Stay sharp. We're going in.
I do always appreciate those subs very much. Thank you. And if you know where you want those ones to go, do please let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to have to force you to replay that section of the game. White Knight Chronicles, you got it. But yeah, so far, the game... First of all, I don't mean to say this harshly, but Chapter 3 clearly peaked, right? Chapter 3 was legit. And then it drifted down in Chapter 4. And then it's just been plummeting ever since. It's just been getting worse. I hope that's not a trend. But it probably is. Like, you can literally start to see the frayed edges of the game at this point, gameplay and story-wise. That stupid castle dungeon is the worst dungeon of the game so far. And frankly, even the quality of the side quests has started to drift a little bit. And yeah, we already had the fake-out ending. Did you notice that? Well, of course you didn't. I didn't show you. So that mid-season anime arc thing where they changed the intro, that actually plays now when you fire up the game instead of the original one.
I see that the interior of the wedge is every bit as strange and unusual as the exterior. Intriguing.
If I didn't see it come from Lenegus, I wouldn't believe it was Renan. Just what's with this place?
Yeah, it's all twisty and lumpy. Whatever it's all for, I'm stumped.
Did I like this song? Oh, God, it killed me. Anyways.
Car, in here!
That's freaking good!
Whatever you do, just stay away from the fort!
I'm all stumped up! Talent Hurricane!
We're in the home stretch, guys!
What she said? Eyes on the prize!
That focus goes double for you!
You know what? I can say that the mid-season song is better than the original song.
No escape! Now! Take this! Strike!
I'm out of ammo. Oops, I'm all
Eat that! Lightning strike!
Yeah, I know, that's a low bar. It's an inoffensive song. I don't mind the second song, really. Take that for what it's worth. I'm never going to listen to it again deliberately, but I don't really think there's anything wrong with it. As opposed to the original song, which I actually hated. So, again, I guess that's not saying much, but whatever. I stand by it.
I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Watch it!
Radiant Pierce!
First strike! Glimmer Dragon!
Illuminate this. It's like trying to keep up to the wall.
Dragon Sword! First strike!
I'm going between heaven and earth. A wailing
No escape!
Here, let me help.
I'm nearly done These fists have got your name on them!
Dragon Swarm!
Prepare to be
These things are hitting like a truck.
Less talking, more doing.
Dragon Swarm!
Eat this!
Not a good sign.
I don't know what I
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
Here I come!
Perhaps now isn't the time.
Here!
I really don't.
Holy land!
Dragon
A chain
Fly!
between heaven and earth.
Blow away!
Oh, wailing
I'm just curious what level these enemies are.
This ends now.
Consider yourself finished!
Will this help?
My turn! Eat this! Strike!
I mean, we were already kind of riding the orange line for the last several dungeons. It wouldn't surprise me if we've drifted into the red line.
You need to be careful.
Shion.
I still got a ways to go!
Which is even more aggravating considering I haven't really been skipping
This is amazing.
fights.
You always get excited when you find something good.
We should hurry and get this stuff processed.
In 2 encounters, I have burnt most of my CP. Think about that for a second.
Let's dispose of the
Dragon
trash.
Swarm!
Eat this. Go get illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy land. A chain between heaven and earth.
Lightning Strike!
A wailing
I
field.
think there are cheats for this game.
An astral arch?
That's my cue.
Strike! Shut him down! Dragon Swarm! Do it! Now! Take this!
Eat this! Radiant
Blow
Pierce!
away! Strike!
I'm just getting
You're mine!
Seal.
Raining Slash!
Now.
Eagle Assault!
A comfortable win.
I don't know if I'd agree with that sentence. What are we at on? We'll see how this goes.
This is all Dana's astral energy.
Are you saying the Renans are funneling it through here to send to Lenegis?
Sure looks like it. We have to put a stop to it. Quickly.
Oh, absolutely, Blanchard. I'd rather cheat or quit the game. We've actually already demonstrated that exact same principle in Assassin's Creed Odyssey, where we failed at cheating because of some anti-cheat software I couldn't get around. So we just quit the game. Put the game down.
Illuminate the dark.
Holy
glimmer.
As impressive as always.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
This could be useful.
So we do have a cheat engine script. Obviously, I haven't tested it yet. Some of the options include... Let's see here. A damage multiplier for how much damage we do. Be able to overlimit instantly, infinite AG, infinite BG, infinite overlimit.
Dragon Swarm!
Make your crit rate 100%. Make your food last forever. Increase your CP, SP, and item drops. Or gains, or however you want to think of that.
Raining Slash!
Get on in there. Hear my chain between heaven and earth.
Dragon Swarm!
And looks like that's it. At least that's of use to us.
My turn! Here I come!
You all touch
I'm
the
not
way.
done!
Water, hear my call!
Here I come!
Glimmer Dragon!
I'm not done!
It's showtime!
Lightning slash!
I mean, we haven't even played Valhalla, so I can't speak to that one.
Nicely done.
Come on. There we go. Sorry. Grabbing the cheat engine
This
table.
seems strange. Like it should be among creatures you'd find in a forest.
Cut it out! I don't need to hear that. It's gotta be man-made, right?
Were it so, it would not be any easier to predict. Remain vigilant.
Thank you, Godaline. I'm not going to pull the trigger on cheating yet, but
An
I'm
opponent
feeling like it's going to be the correct call to make at a certain point.
Damn it!
Tempest
Lightning slash!
Ironically, I actually agree with that, Blade Ball. The irony of that is I've noticed that much earlier in the game, or I don't know why I emphasize that. Only very recently has this actually become a problem within the last couple of chapters. But the problem is the ratio of enemy sponge to relative power output has been escalating.
Go for it!
Rather than the enemies getting more difficult, they're just getting more and more and more and more health and armor.
Extra training paid off.
Like even regular relative trash, like the stuff I'm pushing through here, has just way higher of a ratio of sponginess compared to earlier enemies.
Chain between heaven and earth.
We're cleaning house!
Let me take the rest of them.
Someone's feeling lively.
What did they just say? Still!
Xion, can you...
Yeah, exactly, Blade Chaval. There's a sweet spot there. And I feel like that sweet spot's been drifting. Now, this isn't too bad. I don't want to be too harsh here. But, like, this frickin' guards in that last dungeon were the worst.
Carve now through all!
Don't get careless.
We'll see how it goes. I've got the cheat table. We can poke at it later if we decide to pull the trigger on that. At least the option exists. But if the game just runs it like... we're very clearly drifting into the red line here. And if the game just starts requiring grind, then I'm going to cheat. That's pretty much always been the solution there for years upon years of streaming. That hasn't changed. Possible, Pilsner Snow? Admittedly, there are several side things I haven't done yet. Not as many as you'd think, though, since most of the side things I have unlocked right now that I haven't done is higher level than I currently am. And as a reminder, side quests don't give experience, they give SP and money, and occasionally items. In fact, up until now, I had done all the side quest stuff. The only time I've ever decided to start skipping side quest stuff is now.
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of force. Actually, perhaps bound is more appropriate.
Less talking, more doing.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Vladislav. This game literally has the option to pay real money to buy levels.
You fight better at a distance.
That's actually a thing.
You and I both.
Dragon form! You're finished!
I'm all stopped.
You're mine!
These things are a better example of the HP sponginess than the other, the spore things, by the way.
Flew away!
Eat this! Lunar corruption! Field!
Mirage!
Eat this!
The armor won't save you!
I'm not done!
Now!
Glimmer Dragon! Demon's Descent! Flashing Fang! Easy!
Way to go!
Take this! Dragon Swarm!
Now!
Talon Hurricane! I'm even stronger than before.
I mean, that is true. I did skip one side quest so far. There's probably others I've skipped too. I assume there'll be another side quest run around spot at some point, and I do plan to make another round once I've got a few more levels under my belt. We'll see how that goes.
No choice! Severing Wind!
I'm on it!
Mirage!
Talon
Dragon
Hurricane!
Swarm!
Corruption! Raging
Flew
Storm!
away!
Now I'm in the
I'm not
zone!
done!
Here!
You're finished! You picked the wrong fight!
Damn!
You're mine!
Pesky
I
airborne.
mean, I don't mean to sound negative here, but it wouldn't surprise me if the power progression curve and leveling curve are deliberately bad to encourage players to buy the freaking experience packs.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Give me a minute and I'll tell you, Blade Chaval, but I believe we're in the the low 30s.
That'll come in handy.
Strike! Do it! Flew away!
Raging
Kisara! Go for it! Prepare to crumble!
We are level... Never mind! We're level 36 and 37. So we are mid-30s. I was right. My initial guess there. If that's true, we're still probably on the orange line. And the fact that I haven't been skipping encounters is probably, why.
Hey, new equipment!
This place definitely isn't easy to navigate. That's for sure.
I doubt this structure was conceived with the ease of people's movement in mind.
Yeah. We've been seeing nothing but Zoogle nests.
It's almost as if we're inside an incredibly immense spirit vessel of some sort.
A spirit vessel? If that's the case, then that would make Lenegis the master core that's receiving all the astral energy.
Hey, have you heard that voice again since we came in here?
Oh, so now you believe me.
Yeah, it says something, kill your
I never said I
friends.
didn't believe it.
Kill your friends.
The further in we go, the stronger the voice gets.
Is that a
Reunion.
sign we're going the right way then?
Where's this voice coming from? Can you tell?
Yeah, kind of. I hear it inside me, but I feel like it's also coming from every direction around us. It's hard to describe. It's almost like it's surrounding me.
Surrounding, huh?
Considering astral energy is involved, it's not that unusual.
Right, but it's not scary or anything. Listening to it is really soothing.
If you think so, just promise you'll say something if the voice gets too clingy or anything.
I promise.
But yes, we've already given a negative quite early on. Alright, so let's figure out how we're screwing up the flaming abilities. Because I have 3 flaming abilities which I can't use, and I'm not sure why. So let's figure this out. What are we doing wrong here? Yep, and if I do that, guess what happens, Pajama Day? I'll give you 2 guesses. There are several, Mickett. Yeah, this is why I've been weirded out. The other thing, too, check this out. So, like, let's say I equip, I don't know. There. Do you see that? Swallow Fang? Do you see how Flaming Edge, his Infernal Torment, is in yellow? Everything else is in blue, including the abilities I have equipped. So I've been sort of naturally assuming that was the thing that was wrong, but I've never figured out how to turn blue to yellow to start using them. Now, it's possible there are abilities on here. I guess. Okay, so that's a flaming sword attack, so we'll go grab that. It's 1. And that's an aerial one, which is, I guess so. Okay. None of those are the ones I have equipped. I need Searing Gale, Explosive Ring, and Incineration Wave. Which I don't even have access to, apparently. Like, they're not here. But, like... So where are they? But yeah, Sword Rain Alpha now actually has something Rending Flash. Well, let's look some stuff up. How get... I do, Pajama Day, yes. Found its Reddit thread. How do you learn more fire arts? That's a good freaking question. Ah. Well, okay, that answers that. That is on me, admittedly. That means I need to change one of these out, at least temporarily. So we'll change out this one for anything else. Can you guess what the issue is? Oh, Jesus, Vladislav. Yeah, no, that's a real problem. Bingo! I need to raise my fire art proficiency.
This one's tough.
I guess what we're going to be doing for a while now.
Let me know if you need healing.
Rending Flash!
Raging Storm! Graviton!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Mega Ray!
Rending Flash!
Annihilation!
I will say I don't feel like I'm doing much more damage, but, you know, whatever.
Let me help. Wailing Beast!
Now I can let loose. Try this! Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha!
Mega Ray!
It looks like you got this one covered.
Actually, what sound is more
I
appropriate.
mean, I'm just holding the button down. Like,
A chain between heaven and
the
earth.
entire time. This is just me holding it down right here.
First strike!
Sleep now.
It's on!
So far, it actually seems to be lowering my damage output, but that's understandable. Since my Flame Strike proficiency is pretty low.
Whoa, hey, one at a time.
Hold up. Is this as valuable as I think it is?
No. That's a good question. I don't know. Yeah, there it is. Flaming Edge Burst. I'm guessing that's it. Unless... Nope, yep, there's another one. Okay. Yeah, apparently we're going to just be taxing our healing for quite a while here. As we burn our HP to do some damage. To do less damage than we were doing, so we can get caught up in hopes of eventually doing more damage. This should be fun. Speaking of big padding bosses that we fought 50 of.
Go no further!
Sword Rain Alpha! That freaking does it!
I'll heal you all!
Apparently I have too little HP to actually use that.
Take this!
Thanks, Chia. Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha! Rending Flash!
You see what happened there as you crossed me? Shouldn't have done that.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Leave the impairing to me.
Yeah, and the pummeling to me. I'll crush you! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Here's a healing art!
Sword Rain Alpha!
What I love is that Mystic Art did like no damage to this thing because it has too much HP!
Sword Rain Alpha!
That's the other thing. Please remember that I have the HP turned to minimum. So even if this improves my DPS output a little bit, it's still not going to get past the HP sponginess problem.
Now I'm in the Sword Rain Alpha!
funny is this is the exact same problem we had in the last dungeon, too.
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this!
Lunar
Rending Blast!
Lightning! In here!
Damn it, Hermes! Quit being a dick. And an idiot. Mostly an idiot.
Between heaven and earth! Eagle Assault!
Sword Ring
A
Alpha!
rolling Banshee of Lightning! In here!
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this!
Oh, violent darting wind! Carve now!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Healing circle! Lunar Blast!
Rending Blast!
I'm a hurricane! Illuminate the dark! Here's a healing arc! Holy
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this! In an instant! Impact Claw!
I don't think I'm going to be able to do any more healing for now.
Yep. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. But rather than be an idiot, let's see here. I like this music, by the way. Can't skip enemies. Ignoring the fact that we're trying to stay up in levels, there's also the fact that we need to level up our frickin' flame proficiency, so...
Rending Blast!
A chain between heaven and earth!
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this! Rending Blast!
Now, let's get you out.
We got flyers!
You know the best part? This is true grinding. I'm just holding down R constantly.
Watch this! Rending Blast!
Move up. Hit R.
Holy Land!
Rending Blast!
Chain between heaven and earth!
Hold up.
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this!
Leave the enemy's arcs to me.
Rending Blast!
No complaints here!
Hold R.
Try this!
I'm just getting started!
Rending Blast!
Kill Don. I mean, thanks, Don.
Watch this!
Always appreciate the sub. And that's going towards Deathloop, which we may actually play someday.
Wash and Holy Land! A chain between heaven and earth! You get the gist.
I can feel my precision improving.
I like how they don't even have an animation for the doors opening and closing. It's a small thing, but it really does indicate just how rushed they were at this point in development. It's like, well, we can make an animation for it, or we could do a fade to black. Yeah, let's do the fade to black.
Out of our way!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Thunder Field! Don't mind if I do!
Rending Blast!
Rip this tear! I'll finish you here and now!
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this!
Water, hear my
Rending
call!
Blast!
Spread! Tempest!
Sword Ring Alpha!
You know the best part? Since he feels pain now, just picture what this is like doing this over and over and over.
We'll soon see about that.
We are freaking invincible!
You know what's ironic, DJT, is I'm not sure I agree with that. Xenogears' last disc is just cutscene after cutscene after cutscene, which can certainly slog on the pacing. This is boring fight after boring fight after boring fight.
It's showtime! One more!
Rending Blast! I can feel my power growing!
I'm gonna admit that I don't get that, Hazardous. Well, yeah, everyone tells me Xenoblade 3 is legit. Which is
Sure climbed up a long
doubly
way.
funny since I know several people
Watch your
playing
step
through it
ahead.
right now.
With no fencing in place, it would be quite hazardous to fall.
Thank you, Doubly, for the statement of the obvious there.
Right, here
Let me
goes!
help!
Sword Ring Alpha! Try this!
Illuminate the door!
Rending Blast!
Holy Glimmer! Holy Land!
Sword Ring Alpha!
I'm on a roll!
Rending Blast!
Eagle Assault!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Let's get you off the
Rending
way!
Blast!
Will this help? Swallow dance!
Sword Ring Alpha!
Surrounding us! Healing circle!
Now we can let loose!
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Fantastic! Great!
Perhaps Mara
Amazing!
isn't showing.
Flaw, I'm
really
trying to
don't.
focus.
Sword Ring Alpha!
Trying to be nice.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Hang on, Hazes. I have to hold down R a bunch.
Maybe my arts do have a place in this world.
Sure, there's tons you can do.
See, I'm the flip of that, DJT. A boring game, to put it into simplistic terms, a boring game would be more negatives than a cutscene game.
Hold up. Is this as valuable
For me.
as I think it is?
Because a boring game is a boring game, whereas cutscenes is cutscenes. So, at least I know what I'm in for when I'm playing Metal Gear Solid 4.
An opponent like
let me
this
help.
should be easy.
Heaven and earth.
Dragon shout!
Sword Rain, come one, come all! Blending blast!
Sleep now.
Then again, I've been pretty harsh on boredom for a huge amount of my career, so I made my thoughts on that extraordinarily clear.
Sion, can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done.
Your arts are really incredible.
It's thanks to you I can use them. You fight better at a distance. The enemy's art. The further away, the better.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw!
Illuminate the gap.
Interesting, Jesse Ward. Now, that's not what's happening here. What's happening here is I'm doing substantially less damage than I otherwise would because of how weak I am, and so I'm having to level by holding down one button over and over and over again.
You make quick work of it.
Because Elder Scrolls.
Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always.
Here I hope there was improvement.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
Good.
I've never seen
Just
Shion
have to make sure we
actually
keep
let
it.
up.
Don't worry, because Raw's on.
Blending blast!
Illuminate the dark.
Now, I will admit I'm also biased against Xenogears, because I didn't like the gameplay of Xenogears. I thought the dungeon designs were terrible, I didn't enjoy the music, and I have no fond memories of the combat of the bosses. But,
Nicely done.
hang on. Raid Sword Alpha. Sorry, what were you saying, Slatislav? Raid Sword Alpha!
Oh, this looks nice and tough.
Where are we at? Have we learned anything? Hang on, so... We are at 100... Okay. We're at 198 flame proficiency, which sounds like a lot, I'm sure. But I want you to look at our sword proficiency, which is what we've been using the whole game, which is at 7,000. And yeah, most everyone else is in the thousands. Even the new characters are at like 600 and 300. We're at 198. I'm pretty sure most of that is within the last few battles. That would explain it, though. So, again, this is kind of a... I almost wonder if this deserves a negative. Because, hear me out for a second, I used the initial flaming sword a bit towards the intro, and it didn't really do all that much damage. And then I noticed that only one of my abilities had a flaming ability. So I'm like, okay, well, once I learn the other flaming abilities, I'll try them out and see what they... And I never learned them. So I just sort of mentally pushed the whole thing out of my mind because the original flaming ability I had just fell behind in damage very quickly. So I didn't use it. So I didn't learn new ones.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
What I'm trying to remember in my head is if they ever said, at any point in time,
So much for sitting this side out.
did you keep using flame abilities and you'll learn new ones? Hell, keep learning abilities in general, and keep using abilities in general, and you'll learn new ones. Now, I know that's a Tales of thing, but that doesn't matter. What matters is if this individual game actually exposits that to the player. And I don't remember if it ever did.
Blending blast!
Radiant pierce! I'm out
Sword
of
Rain
ammo!
Alpha!
Yeah, there was so much tutorialization. That's why I'm trying to run it through my head.
Hold up. Is this a...
I guess the easy answer is to just look over here. So there it is. Use stuff, learn stuff. So it did actually say that. So that's technically on me. That is hysterical.
As valuable as I think
Alright.
it is?
Whatever. I stand by my statement. I do think that's bad design. And I do. But I'm not going to ding the game for it. At least not as much as I was going to.
Hey, new equipment!
There it is. Well, no, the problem here, you can make fun all you want. The problem here is exactly what I said earlier. I want you to imagine that there's a game you're playing. You have 4 different options of combat. 3 of them are good to great, 1 of them is total crap. Which one do you use? Now, if the 4th one that's total crap eventually gets good... See, what I'm trying to find myself thinking here is, because this feels like an Onion Knight scenario. Because this feels like, hey, use this option that kind of sucks early on in order to try and get it to the point where it will be overpowered, right? Honestly, now that I'm saying that out loud, I can think of several games that have that kind of low, bad start, good late game thing. Although, of course, nothing indicates that. To use a direct example, in Dragon Quest III, the original, there's this one specific class which it says you can pick this class, it sucks, but later on it will get much better. And the fact that it flat out says that is, rather mitigating, because you know exactly what you're getting into, right? And you're right, this is kind of the wizard progression thing. So I suppose what I'm going to do is I'm not going to give that a negative. I think it makes enough sense that it's too arguable that it's not really bad design. But the HP padding problem, which I remind you is getting worse, that might be a negative.
Out of our way!
You're mine!
Dragon Shell!
Strike!
Mega Ray! I'm on a roll now!
So, yeah, that's going to be my thoughts on that. Probably. Get out.
It'll body silence the
HP padding has technically been 2 negatives.
I can't hold on.
One for HP padding in general, and one for a specific dungeon where the HP padding was really bad.
And with my thorn.
You say that. I'm admittedly taking your word on that, Pajama Day, but I still disagree with you. And do you know why I still disagree with you? Other than the fight I'm doing right now.
Thunder Dragon! Blending Splash!
Healing Circle!
Off my
Try harder! Sword Rain Alpha! Try
There you go! I'm sorry to be a father.
We've all got enough.
No, all builds don't need to be viable. There's such a thing as bad builds.
Flame! Reload! I'm out and back into the fray!
Bingo, Pajama Day. It's entirely feasible to have an entire build, build's the wrong word, but an entire, playstyle where I'm not even using him in the party. If you have one option to bypass HP padding, and it relies on a specific character with a specific build, then what we have here is a problem. Because you can literally have him in the back row. Never mind the obvious problem I'm having, where I haven't leveled up those particular abilities and therefore do not have them to use.
Here I go!
Like, this isn't a Dragon Quest game where you're always going to have the main character in the party, right?
I'll run you through!
No more playing nice! Radiant Pierce!
Oh, damn!
Ready to go! Alright!
Oh, actually, you know what? There is another reason I would argue for the negative regardless. And that reason is the fact that I am on very easy difficulty right now. And you might be thinking, elitism. Stow your elitism for a second. The relevance part there is that very easy difficulty smashes the HP of the enemies down to bare minimum. This is 3 levels below normal difficulty. In other words, the amount that it is supposedly balanced around. And there's 2 or 3 ways you can go above that, too. That's the final reason. Because the fact that they have this much health and this much armor, despite the fact that we have cranked specifically their health to minimum, is ridiculous.
Now you see what I can do!
Oh, violent fighting wins.
Now I'm in the
This goes back into that difficulty design thing. If you're gonna have an easy mode, make it easy. If you're gonna have a hard mode, make it hard. They didn't do either of those things here. Which is why I've been so harsh about that.
This should do it!
Now it was nice while it lasted.
Here I come!
I've been wondering that too, Blade Cheval. Because please remember, we have been gaining half the experience and SP that we should be gaining. Half.
I'll finish you here and now!
Take this!
And I suppose that's a valid point. It is easy. You know, nothing is difficult about this. It's just arduous.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished!
The irony is I would say the same thing about hard mode.
I can become even stronger.
I mean, okay, in the interest of fairness, not every game has to be balanced around every difficulty. I mean, that's probably the ideal, but it doesn't have to be, right? It super is. In fact, it is pretty much the exact same thing that Skyrim does. Now, it's not as bad as Oblivion, which is even worse. As I discussed during the Oblivion review. Where's my... There. Oh, that's useless. Admittedly, you'd think in a game like this it would be relatively easy to design proper difficulty because there's so much that goes into AI design anyways, right? Which attacks they use when, who they prioritize hitting, etc. I mean, just literally adjusting the metaphorical gambits, the scripts, in other words, of the enemies, would be a sufficient thing in order to make it so that, you know, they actually are harder or easier, as the case may be. And for those of you who've never heard me say this, if you're wondering why so many game companies and so many games have what I call lazy difficulty, which is just, you know, scaling the HP and the damage, it's because that is extraordinarily easy to do. In some cases, you could do it on a per enemy basis, but in most cases, you could just have a universal modifier that goes on top of every damage calculation. Just have a little thing over in the background that just is, you know, modifier D, and change D based on your difficulty. So 0.5 for half damage, or 1.5 for 150% damage, and so forth and so on. It's extraordinarily easy to code and takes no effort and no time. That's why it's lazy difficulty.
Come one, come all!
Illuminate the dark! Here!
Sword Ring Alpha!
I'm out of ammo! I'm also
Blending Flash!
right in here! Annihilation! More
Sword Ring Alpha! Blending
Here's a
Flash!
healing arm! Here goes! First
I know you want.
Go!
I owe you so much, Ringwell.
Started. Maybe my arts do have a place in this world.
Sure, there's tons you can do.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. That's my cue!
Try this! Shut him down! Blending Flash! Sword Ring Alpha! Try this!
I'm not
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword, and with my thorns.
Shion.
Swallow dance! Check out these biceps. Pretty glorious, right?
Why are guys so obsessed with their muscles?
Because these puppies have yet to let me down.
I... Come on. There we go. Yeah, I don't get the point of lowering the experience gain
I
either.
was hungry.
Funny. I could have sworn that was your stomach making all the racket.
I just not. I'm just gonna start skipping the massively HP enemies because this is just. I'm already tired of this. God damn it! Of course, there's another bundle. Let me guess. The next one is yep. Wow, 3 bundles in a row of HP padding enemies. That is impressive.
Gotta break through!
You got
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
I'll run you through!
Lunar
Sword Rain
corruption!
Alpha!
I was gonna say, I thought the
Hear my call!
Here I come! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! First strike!
Scarlet Nexus, couldn't think of the damn name of it, actually had some shared development, but I could have been wrong on that.
Here, let me help! Supernova!
Talon Hurricane!
Lunar corruption!
Prepare to be sealed, O fleet of foot. Actually, perhaps bound is
You
more
know, Law,
appropriate.
last talk really makes you realize.
Makes you realize what?
Maybe thinking too much
sorry,
gets in the way
Father.
sometimes. We've all got enough
Exactly!
Sword
Yes,
Rain
ma'am!
Alpha!
Lunar corruption!
Fantastic! Great! Amazing!
Shut up, Law! I'm trying to focus.
I'm only trying to be nice.
You fight better at a distance. The further away,
Huh? Sorry.
better.
I can't hold on much longer! There! Help this!
So,
Sleep now. I'll be saving this one!
that makes absolutely no sense to me, Gum Gum. Why would they have to wait a month to call home?
Sword Rain Alpha!
Why do they get one shot a month to talk to anybody? That's insanity. No, the Empire absolutely does not operate that way.
Into the fray! I never miss!
I'm on
Sword
it!
Rain Alpha!
What, Tyron?
Rending Blast!
Holy Glimmer!
This should make for some good weapon crafting material.
No, I'm of the same general opinion, Izzy's Curse. I enjoyed this game quite a bit. And honestly, I would still say it's a net positive game. But the further into the game I'm getting, the worse it's getting. And that's a damn shame. It's funny because it's symptomatic of 2 problems I've mentioned before. One is just the obvious one, burnout. Not on me, on them, the people making the game. It's extraordinarily common, especially developers of JRPGs, which are traditionally long games, to just get burned out making it after a while and be like, can we just move on? But that leads into my second problem. The fact that the game is too goddamn long. I've said this so many times, I will never stop banging on this point. Unless the developers finally stop making padded games. These games do not need to be 120-hour games. Or 60-hour games, or whatever. I suspect, although I do not know, that the COVID outbreak had some deleterious effects on the development of this one. Oh, I guarantee you the 60-hour thing is like the goal mark, right? I guarantee you it. Look at how many JRPGs specifically say over 60 hours of gameplay, or are listed at being roughly 60 hours long. Quite a few of them.
Out of ammo!
Back to
Back
this.
into the fray! Into the
The most recently made JRPG that I think hit the right length.
wailing banshee of
Blow away.
lightning! Lunar corruption!
My first thought is Dragon Quest XI, but I don't remember how long it was, but that's the point. There was no padding in that game. So whatever the length was, it was the right length, because it used its length properly.
Dohalim! This one's got your name on it!
Ashes to ashes!
Take it! Go! It's time!
Now, that was a little bit ago.
Magic Azam! Holy Light! A flame between heaven and earth!
You're finished.
Flame! Reload! A wailing banshee! Mega ray! Lightning! Let's get you you all test away. Magna Ray! Ha!
Here I come!
A banana!
Oh, no.
Let's go! Flame! Reload!
Here I come!
Yeah, exactly, Blade Chaval. That's exactly my point. It's what I keep talking about over and over and over and over again.
Mom, I'm out of ammo.
The length isn't really the issue in either direction. It is the density that's really the issue. Persona 5, so that's a perfect example, my opinion, of a game that is way too damn long.
You are gonna
Way too padded.
Annihilation! A chain between heaven and earth. Water! A wailing banshee! Spread!
Here I come!
Chinese supernova! Annihilation! Radiant
I'm not done!
Now,
Here
for the record, I actually enjoyed Persona 5,
Expert coming through!
but
Radiant light! Searing
Here I
flame!
come!
Sleep now.
Dragon
Back into the
Swarm!
fray!
Coming through! Ha! Now!
yeah, Persona 5 had story repetition. This game has gameplay repetition.
Your mother shield! Still full! Radiant pierce! I'm out of ammo! Weapons weak! Magna ray! Hit!
1 second, Fenters.
Illuminate the dark! Magic Azam! Holy land! Radiant pierce! Between heaven and earth! Lightning!
Yeah, I will say once Royal got started, I was much more positive about that. How did that not... Okay, whatever. Since I don't want to die, I guess. I mean, I'll enjoy dying, but, you know...
All right, it's showtime! Radiant, pierce! Holy land!
No
A
paper!
chain between heaven and earth.
Dragon Shell!
A wailing.
Yeah, FF7R1 is another example of too padded. Again, a game I enjoy,
Can't be happening.
but...
Stay away from my friend!
Good God, that game was padded to hell. And I'm not just, like, giving you whatever the typical complaint is about, oh, it's just Midgar. No, ignore all that. Throw the original FF7 out the window and into the trash.
Hey, anyone else think this might be...
Shut up. And ignore all other variables. Just look at FF7R1 by itself. And it's still way too padded. And it's almost always the padding in the wrong place, too. Like, alright, we need to get to the pillar as quickly as possible, because people are... Hang on, let's go through 3 dungeons in a row, all of which are long, slow, and boring.
a touch too dangerous?
Ridwell's right. We should fall back to regroup and try again later.
That looks safe. Oh yeah, FF7R1 was a big net positive. It was actually one of my favorite Final Fantasy games in the previous review system. Something I think will hold up upon, you know, audit. I still think it was padded to hell and back. I sometimes wonder. Obviously, let's be honest with ourselves, players deserve some of the blame here because the mentality of I demand X amount of time for my money is a very prevalent one. One I disagree with, but it's one that is very common. But one of the things I wonder in the back of my mind is if we hit the PlayStation 1 era and the developers realized they could add more to the games and make them longer, and they just kind of never stopped. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, oh my god, I could do all of the things I wanted to do. I could just add content and content and content, and, well, here we are. I don't know if that's true. It's just, I've noticed the padding in games tends to upwards incline in terms of quantity from the PS1 era and onwards. Not that old JRPGs weren't padded, of course. They just had different forms of padding. And usually less of it.
Here?
It's here?
Yes. All the energy flowing through the wedge comes together and collects here.
Is that thing a Zoogle? Holy crap, it's huge!
A central core and a guardian?
Once we beat that thing, it'll stop the wedge from taking in any more astral energy, right?
It seems we're in for a fight regardless.
Cool.
Here it comes.
Stay sharp, everyone!
Is there no end to what the Renans can cook up?
I don't know if that's machine or what, but I do know it's pissing me off!
It's actually a reskin boss, which shouldn't surprise me because almost every boss in the entire game has been a reskin boss to date.
You're mine! I'm not done!
Probably not, Kay. I don't think we're even in the final dungeon range yet. Anyways, for the record, I agree Izzy's curse. As I just said, the length of a game is kind of irrelevant. It's the density of the game that matters to me. I think Dragon Age Origins is a good damn game. I think Witcher 3 is a good damn game. And of course, I think that Dragon Quest XI is a good damn game, and all those are pretty long.
A whirling banshee of lightning!
Here I come! Dragon Swarm!
20 hours. Oh my god, are you joking? I was bored of this game a day ago. Sorry, I don't mean to sound negative. My fault. Maybe it'll get better. Maybe it'll get better.
I owe you one.
It might get better. That's been a thing that's happened in the past. I think you're right, G-Juice. Come on, get up! Jesus!
Thanks, Shia.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry. I'll do better.
Come on, a roll now!
I'm not done!
We actually just talked about that, Ross, so I'm guessing you weren't at the computer.
I'm only getting started!
I absolutely think Persona 5 is padded. No question, no hesitation. But like I said, most of that's on the story axis. Way too much repetition. In fact, we came up with the term empty text during that run. That being said, gameplay-wise, I still think Persona 5 has some padding to it. I think the boss fights have way too much health. 15 minutes per boss is honestly ridiculous. And that's if you're doing everything right, and don't screw up. I'll also say that I think that several of the dungeons, pretty much from that goddamn factory and onwards, are just slogs. And I forget what it's called, but the cultural subconscious...
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Right. What was the name of that place? Mementos or something like that? That place sucked. Mementos was probably the worst part of the entire game, gameplay-wise. That place sucked.
My turn! Now!
In here!
There you
This
go!
one's mine!
This will come in handy. I'll heal you
Throw
all.
away!
Trouble. Magic is in!
First blood!
In here!
Mementos.
I owe you, Sion.
Healing is what my arts do
We're in the
best.
home stretch. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Hold together, just a little longer.
Thanks for the sympathy.
Get it together. We need you in form.
Water, hear my call.
Magic is
Try
in!
this!
A chain between heaven
Run
and
it!
earth. Reload!
Take your
Whirling
damn!
banshee of light!
Dragon Swarm! My turn!
I'll be saving this one.
I'm gonna not answer you, Gum Gum, because I don't want to stir the hornet's nest, if that's okay. And that's the reason.
No escape!
Nice, Law. Leave it all
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
I'm here too, you know.
With the blazing sword and with my thorns.
Shion.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Try
A
this!
whirling banshee of lightning.
Blended Blast!
primed and
Sword
ready.
Rain Alpha! Try this!
There.
And it's now.
Go!
Law, get toasty.
Bird strike!
Round 2. Seriously, that's literally a reskin boss. Same tactics, same attack patterns. It's getting obvious.
Is it over?
We did it! We beat the game! Woo. God, that would be amazing.
What the hell is going on?
It's true, Ross. I did like Royal, though. I liked Royal's dungeon, I liked Royal's boss. Royal was good.
Ridwell.
It's too dangerous! Stay back!
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do this, but I was so tempted to just Alt F4, like, right as she enters it, and be like, And there, it's done. Whew, alright. It's a good game. Let's go and do the audit. It absolutely could, Blade Jamal. Speaking of sloggy JRPGs. Yeah, so far we fought exactly 3 types of bosses. There's the individual lords, there's the behemoth thing, and there's the plant thing. I think there's actually another one I'm not thinking of, but a lot of the bosses in this game have been those 3 types. In fact, if we just eject the lords, I'd say at least 2/3, maybe even more than that, of the bosses have been the plant thing or the behemoth thing. The longest SNES JRPG I can think of?
Rinwell, are you okay?
Hey, are you crying?
I'm not the only one.
I heard it. Whatever it was, I heard it.
As did I. I'm not sure I'd call it a voice, but it was there.
What in the world just happened?
Ironically, very little anapathetic.
That was Dana's astral energy we just encountered. And I think what we heard might have been its voice?
You're saying astral energy has a mind of its own?
I haven't the slightest idea. But do you remember what happened when we fought Balseph back in Calaglia?
You mean when that fire monster came out of the spirit vessel?
Exactly. There was such a huge overflow of astral energy, it caused a monster to spawn and take physical form. Maybe the same thing happened here, just with way more astral energy and a bigger monster.
Does that mean if you gather enough astral energy, it can become sentient or take a physical form?
That's what I'm guessing, but it's just speculation. Master cores are able to hold a lot more energy than a spirit vessel, but we still haven't seen anything like that happen in our dealings with them.
That being said, there may be a mechanism of sorts inside Master Cores and spirit vessels that prevent such reactions.
That fire monster. I remember how it only appeared after Balsef's spirit vessel broke.
Then the reason Rinwell was able to sense all that astral energy earlier must have been because it was too much for that Zoogle to contain by itself.
So, then where do you think the Zoogle went? All that energy and poof, it's gone. The Zoogle with it. Doesn't that sound weird to anyone?
Indeed it does. However, in order for us to move our hypothesis forward, we will need to gather more evidence first. On that note, how are you holding up, Rinwell?
I just can't work out why. Why the voice reached out to me first.
Rinwell?
I can't help but wonder if it's because of my heritage that I was the one to hear it. Sorry. That's a strange thing to think, isn't it? Anyway, we should get going, right? We need to make sure the energy flow has actually stopped.
Are we gonna have to take this winding path all the way back down, too?
Yeah, but if anything, it should be easier than the climb up.
Really? Well then.
Actually, I've heard it's easier to develop muscle aches when going down.
That's 'cause
Seriously?
it is. Anyways, longest SNES JRPG. So you're probably thinking it's something that's got a lot of density to it, or a lot of different variable paths. Something like Ogre Battle, or something like Seiken Densetsu 3, or something like that. But no, it's 7th Saga. And it's 7th Saga for the same reason that Lufia 1 is a freaking long JRPG. Can you guess what that reason is?
Everything all right? You kind of looked like you wanted to get something off your chest.
Huh? Oh,
Or not, you know, whatever.
yeah. You know,
Yeah?
sorry, never mind. Just forget it.
You want to try being a little less cryptic, maybe? All right, jeez. Sorry for taking an interest.
Stop it! It's okay, Hootle! Sorry. I guess I still don't really know how to put it into words.
Nah, that's fine. No rush. It might help you to talk about it, though.
I'll keep that in mind. And thanks.
Sure. Anyways. Yeah, bad design, to put it as bluntly as I can. 7th Saga is a long game, not because it has lots of content, but because it's terrible. It's the same thing with Lufia 1, no offense. Ah!
Ow!
Mega Red! Illuminate the sun! Come here! Holy Glimmer! Holy Lamp! Fire complete! Here's a healing arc!
Rending
Here's
Flash!
first aid! Illuminate the dark!
You know what?
Holy Lamp! The chain between heaven and earth!
I cannot believe that they actually respawned enemies on the walk out.
Let's cut our losses.
Speaking of padding, they actually are forcing us to walk back out of the dungeon, and they respawn the enemies for it. What? I'm in shock. At least FF4 has the freaking exit spell. That's the idea, Ross. Well, one of the ideas. Yeah, no, I honestly think that just this iteration of this idea
Guess I misread the
by
landing.
itself is negative worthy. I know I'm trying to kill all as we go, but that's insanity, and screw all that noise. Let's just get out of here. And this is a, stealth them up real quick. They did make me run out of Volron's castle, for even less reason. I'll kill this pack, because they don't have any HP paddings in this pack.
I won't forgive you!
That's an interesting question. So, as we checked, we couldn't teleport out of Volron's castle. It forced the lock. Let's see if we can teleport out of here. It didn't even occur to me, because I automatically assumed they wouldn't let me, because they didn't last time.
Let's tear him off!
Sword Rain Alpha! Wait at how?
Let me take the rest of them.
Well,
Here's a
someone's
healing
feeling lively.
Sword Rain Alpha! Come one, come all!
Recover!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Rending Flash! More where that came from!
The enemy wields Arc too.
Don't mind. We'll soon see about that.
Rending Flash!
Help?
Do it! Sword Rain Alpha!
Healing circle!
Alright, moment of truth.
You came to my rescue
Easy.
again.
Moment of truth.
An easy breeze.
Nope, we are disallowed from teleporting. Okay. It was a good thing to check. Thank you for pointing it out. Unfortunately, I was correct. Oh my god. Just, really? Yeah, if we pay for the teleport DLC,
Guess I misread the landing.
we can exit dungeons without fighting. Oh my god, I can picture a game doing that. I can actually picture a game doing that.
Gotta break through! Sword Rain Alpha!
Here's an illumination
Rending Flash!
Come forth! Holy Glimpse! You got
Sword Rain
company!
Alpha! Rending Flash!
Here! In here! Your
mean, if we're being honest with ourselves, really honest, almost every one of the microtransactions that are of the line of pay to win are there to prevent you. Not prevent you. They're there to make you not have to play the game. Right? They give you loot, or they give you money, or they give you experience points, or they bypass a dungeon, or whatever, right? Like, it's almost every single one of those things is something that's there to make it so that you don't have to actually play the game you're playing. And then, of course, they make the gameplay worse to make you want to do that less. I've got an idea. Step 1, conquer the world. Step 2, make Rule 0 violation game design illegal. Step 3, punish every game developer out there for doing this nonsense. God, I'm so sick of this crap. I'm so sick of this crap.
You are in tip-top.
As soon as I'm done here, I'll come help out.
Must be easy to pick off the bad guys from far.
Yeah, would you like to buy another save file? Because that's a real one.
Adjusting for movement, wind speed, trajectory.
See? Easy.
God damn it. Step 4. Behold the sunrise on a grateful universe. What?
Get lost!
That what? That hit me? You're joking. Oh, absolutely Izzy's curse. I sincerely doubt that most actual developers want any of this crap. At best, they probably accept it as a consequence of modern game development. The you gotta pay the bills argument. Which is also wrong, but let's not get into the economics of that right now.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful. With the blazing sword and with my thorns.
Shia.
I'm out of time!
I'll crush you!
Damn right, Svatoslav. Wait.
Whirlwind snap! Watch this! Take this! Rip it down!
I owe you, Xion.
Healing is what my arts do best.
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Between heaven and earth!
Yeah, that sounds about right, Gumgum.
Illuminate trace!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Holy land! Swallow
this!
Heaven and earth!
Sword Rain Alpha! Swallow this!
More for the top!
Eat this!
Do it!
I had someone once attack me, verbally, over being so upset about bad game design and bad game decisions and bad game industry.
We managed to pull through.
The reason they were mentioning that was because the world sucks and there's much worse in the world than bad game design. My reaction to that was a very calm and simple, this is supposed to be the escape from all that other crap. It's supposed to be the safe spot.
Right, here goes! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Swallow this!
Take illuminate the healing art!
I know, Darth Tyra.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I suppose that's the other thing. I've noticed a lot of people just kind of get resigned to stuff over time. In general, not just in the game industry.
All yours!
I don't. Things grate on me more. Rather than getting accustomed to something being bad, it just bothers me more and more and more.
Healing
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Is that a serious question, Mike Kamano, or are you trolling?
Yeah, do it! You too!
Alpha!
Get toasty!
Burn strike!
That's quite the technique.
You need me? I'm there.
Okay. Oh my god. Yeah, you can see the Mona Lisa, but hold on. I'm gonna have to charge you for that. Oh, yep, there's a tax for that. Now, have you bought your requisite amount of salt for the year? No, I have salt from last year. Oh, there's a tax for that. Nope. Didn't think that was happening.
No choice.
That's okay, these aren't padding.
Blast!
These are normal health enemies.
Explosion!
Blending blast!
It's funny because they're gargoyles.
Too much. Quit pushing yourself and get behind us, Sia. Can you take care of them?
No sooner said than done. In here.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
You need to be careful.
I owe you one.
With the blazing sword
Come one,
and
come
with the
all.
thorn.
Shion.
You made quick work of it.
Want me to pick up your slack then?
Just pointing it out.
As impressive as always.
Ah, and here I hope that was improving.
Hi, Savacom. You just missed me ranting about
Is this as
economics.
valuable as I think it is?
Don't mind me. And a little bit of psychology. Just a little.
Go no further!
No, I'm kind of with you, Shiny Toki. It's doubly irritating because there are gems in the rough, right? There are new games that are just legit, right? But finding those games, you know? It reminds me a lot of playing the NES, of being a gamer in the NES era.
Get toasty!
Burn strike! We managed to pull through.
Now, in the interest of fairness, it's actually better now than it used to be, because there's resources that exist to gauge if a game is good, bad, or in between, right? That's actually a good point, Anapathetic. I'm not sure. I'm probably using my terminology wrong. Because nowadays we have resources, right? What did we have back in the NES era? We had a couple of magazines and what the other kids in the playground said, and that was kind of it. But it was the same general problem. Finding the good games amongst the dreck. Because some of you remember, we tend to praise the NES, and for a lot of good reasons, but God, there was so much crap on that system.
No backing down!
Try this!
Holy glitter!
Blending
Holy
blast!
lance! I'm stuck between heaven
And yeah, every now and again, we've run into a game that is just awesome, and it's fantastic. Like, Cyber Shadow is a perfect example of that.
We're cleaning out.
But also, what was that other one right alongside it? Time Spinner. Time Spinner.
I owe you one. I'm on! No escape!
Another game I want to plug. Plug. I never would have encountered Subnautica. That's another one.
Here I come!
Alpha!
Or Frostpunk. Frostpunk's a damn good game.
We won.
I know I'm getting into older games now, but whatever, you get my point. Okay. I haven't actually reviewed Zelda 1 yet. But, by memory, I don't consider Zelda 1 to be a good game. I consider it to be a trendsetter. You know, it's an innovator. It's certainly something that started not just the franchise, but a lot of new game design. But I have no real good memories of Zelda 1. We'll see how it reviews once we get there. So here's the cutscene they didn't want me to skip.
It looks like that beam of light has stopped.
Then is it safe to say we've avoided oblivion for the time being?
I can still sense a faint glimmer of energy, though. It hasn't completely dispersed.
You can tell? Rinwell, your senses seem a lot sharper than before, don't they?
And you said you heard that voice, right?
I guess. Maybe. I don't know. I don't feel bad, though.
If trace amounts, however small, do remain, then it leaves us no choice. We must destroy the entire structure.
What do you suggest? We bring it down piece by piece?
Once that's done, what do we do then?
We go to Lenegis. Even
We
if we
give a
destroy the whole
speech.
wedge like he suggested, it'd only buy us time. The fact they sent this thing down tells me they're not giving up this planet without a fight.
There's also the matter of the Renis Alma. Its circumstances still have yet to be truly resolved.
But how do we even get to Lenegis?
What if we hotwire one of their starships? There's gotta be one on the planet somewhere, right?
Starships are only seen on Dana at the start and end of the Crown Contest. Otherwise, they remain on Lenegis. Believe it or not, we Renans down here aren't quite as free to come and go as one might think.
Great. Well, I'm out of ideas then. We definitely don't have the tech to build a starship. And even if we found a Renan who'd help, who knows how long that'd take.
Yeah. Waiting for a starship to come down from Lenegis would probably be quicker than that.
Wait. Alphen, when you came down from Lenegis, it had to have been in a starship of your own, right?
Right.
Oh my god, we are drifting into Star Ocean territory here, aren't we?
You can't be serious. That was 300 years ago. There's no way it's still gonna work.
But Alphen didn't wake up until a few years ago. That means it had to have still been functioning that whole time to keep his body preserved.
Indeed. You wouldn't happen to remember where you landed, would you?
My memories around where I parked are still a little hazy, but I do know that I woke up in Calaglia, so chances are it's still in the area. At least it's a place to start. Luckily, that realm's my old stomping ground, so I should be able to get us some help finding her.
Secretly, they all blame him for the death of Zephyr.
This is it.
Yeah, as long as Lenegis stands there, there's no avoiding it.
So what's this help in Calaglia you're planning to enlist?
My buddy Nath. If anyone there knows something, I figure it's him. But first, we need to catch a boat and get back to the mainland.
Anyways, just to finish thoughts really quick here, because I kind of got interrupted. Psychonauts 2, Plague Tale, and Hat in Time are three perfect examples of, new games that are awesome. I just wanted to comment on that really quick, because you're absolutely right. Those are great examples. And then we have new games that are bad. And then we have new games that are this. And this is the weirdest one for me from a review perspective. Because I can't just say Tales of Arise is bad, because it's not. But is it good? It's got its issues, It's got some asterisks attached.
Our first port of call is Ulzebek.
Back where you first started out.
Yeah, along with my dad.
Oh, it'll be net positive. The story will drag it up. But the gameplay has just been getting worse.
You okay? You don't look so good.
I think I'm just a little seasick, that's all.
Liar.
Huh?
You heard me. You've never been good at hiding your emotions, Shion.
Excuse me? Just what do you... No. You're right. I'm sorry.
Is it about Alphen?
No. Not just him.
Something you can't talk about?
Rinwell, I'm not like the rest of you.
Of course you are! No, I'm serious. Back when we first met, I think maybe then I did think we were different. But now I know that isn't true. You and I are the same, Shion. We're alike in more ways than you know. If any of us is different, it's me. I'm a Danon who can use magic. I may be the last. My family and I have been living in hiding as long as I can remember.
Everyone has their own pain that can be hard for other people to understand. I saw the two of you talking and thought you could use a third wheel. So, here I am. Sorry.
If anyone's the odd one out here, it's me. Believe me, you don't want to listen to my problems.
Want me to go?
I didn't say that.
I get that you must have a lot circling around that head of yours. And that's okay. Whatever's worrying you right now, you're allowed to worry about it. And you don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. I know I'm not a Renin like you, or a mage like Rinwell.
I'm not a sovereign, maiden, or lord. I'm just a Danan who used to be a slave.
But regardless of all that, I'm here for you, Shion.
That goes for me too. We all want to be there for you. Me and Hootle and even the boys. I promise. I mean, that is what friends are supposed to do, right?
I said this to Alphen, and now I'll say it to you. You're not alone in this.
Thank you. Rinwell. Kisara.
And right on cue, I think I should make my way back and lie down for a bit. My battle with this ship continues.
Yeah, I better head back too. We wouldn't want the guys thinking they're in charge. Can you imagine Law at the helm? Who knows what kind of trouble we'd get into?
Still, if that's true, then it's all the more reason I have to do this.
I have to commit suicide. Oh, sorry.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Why do you think I've left her in it, Ross? Like, logically speaking, I probably should have dragged her out of it immediately, but... I don't know. We haven't had kebabs yet, have we? What I really want is leaf-wrapped fish.
Done. This is sure to give the others some much-needed energy.
See you around, Jesse Ward. In 3 weeks when we finish this game. God, I hope it doesn't take that long. You know what I should do? The story has started dragging pretty badly, too. I don't think it's actually at the point of being bad story, but it's certainly stopped being as positive, you know what I mean? It's a whole lot of repetition, a whole lot of repeating, and a whole lot of repeating repetition. The empty text problem has started swarming to the forefront.
All right, something is definitely up with Shion.
Yeah, something big by the looks of it. I've never seen her so serious.
So, do you think we should say something to Alphen then?
I was wondering the same thing myself, but then it occurred to me. Whatever this thing on her mind is, it's probably the last thing in the world she wants people to know about. If she's trying this hard to keep it secret, then it's not really our place to go telling people before she's ready.
Yeah.
I can't tell them. There's just no way I could, right? What am I supposed to do?
So we're gonna do something here really quick. I just want to test something, okay? Just for the sake of doing my due diligence. So give me 1 second here. Yeah, like you'd think that, you know, the moon opened up into a space station and fired a spike into the planet to drain all its energy would be something of interest or note, but instead it's just like, yeah, okay, whatever. Okay. So let's try. Yeah, you can still see the hole in the sky a little bit over there. So I'm not even going to comment on that. Alright, so, I just need to get into combat somewhere. You know what, sure. This should be a good enough spot. So let's do this.
We've reached our destination.
This. No? Okay, well, let's try... Ah, okay. I mean, in the interest of fairness, I would be more interested in Kisara's next fishing expedition than this giant hole in the sky and the nonsense plot. And I'm not joking when I say that.
Right, here goes! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! I'm on it!
Carve now through all!
Blending Blast!
Searing Flame! Get on in there!
This firearm feels like a part of me now.
Have
Well,
you
that
ever
works.
thought of wielding two at once?
Would be double the firepower, and plenty of style to boot.
What use is style when it's life or death?
So, it works. Now let's turn all that right back off. And load. That one. Why disabling what? The cheats? I'm not there yet. Remember, the goal is always to not cheat in these reviews, for obvious reasons.
Calaglia. Feels like it's been ages.
And wasn't Zephyr with us too?
Dad.
Hey, chin up. This is your hometown.
Everyone around here looks so much happier than they used to.
I'll say. It feels like an entirely different place. I suppose it's had time to adjust to its newfound freedom.
Zephyr would have been so happy to see this.
Yeah, he really would have. Especially if he knew Law was... Law? Something bothering you, Law?
Nah, I'll be fine. It's just, you know.
It still weighs on you, doesn't it? Running away back then.
I abandoned my home. Then when I finally come back, it's been liberated. What's important is that it's free. I get that, I do. I just... I should have been here.
Just one thing after another, and it all falls on my head to...
Hey, Nath.
What? Can't you see I'm... Alphen?
Looks like you have your hands full.
As much as ever. As if I wasn't busy enough putting down the last remnants of Renan rule, I'm up to my ears in Dahnan disputes. And then, to top it all off, that thing had to come crashing down from out of the sky.
Pretty sure we've heard this somewhere before.
But enough about my problems. What can I help you with?
Yeah, we're looking for an old Renan starship. You wouldn't happen to know any around these parts, would you?
A starship? What do you need one of those for?
To get to Lenegis.
Lenegis? Are you out of your damn mind?
Believe it or not, it wouldn't be the craziest thing we've done recently.
Oh, I believe it. Well, either way, I'm afraid I haven't heard anything about a starship.
Then do you have any historical records by chance?
Sure, we've got stacks of old records.
Mind if we take a look at them?
Yeah, okay.
Thanks, Nath.
I've been to space, yo. I'm about to go to space.
I read through all
yo.
of the records, but I only found a single line that might point to what we're looking for. It mentions a rock that shot across the sky and landed past the mountains. The event was recorded just before the first Renan invasion.
And you think that might be the starship?
I don't know. There was nothing else in the records that came even close. It looked like it was someplace called Berg, but maybe I'm reading it wrong.
Berg?
That ring any bells for you?
Yeah, that's one of the biggest volcanoes in Calaglia. I was just there recently, investigating a report of a meteor someone saw.
Another meteor in the same area? Really?
I wonder if it could have been one of those lights that shot out of the wedge.
All the more reason to check it out. Can you tell us how to get there?
The old Zion mine is up that way. One of the veins we abandoned connects to the volcano. Go ahead and use that. But you should be careful.
Huh?
I don't know if it has anything to do with the meteor. There's a giant Zoogle running riot in there. Never seen anything like it.
A Zoogle, huh?
I turned back as soon as I caught sight of the thing, so I can't tell you much more. Just be real careful if you head out that way. All right.
I guess...
Huh? Huh?
Right.
Oh. Ooh. Ah. I would love it if just once, all the enemy noises were total nonsense. Complete disconnect from what they're actually saying, right? Instead of the... it's more like, you know... that's the sound that plays during their dialogue.
On...
Everything okay with Hootle, Rinwell? He seems kinda out of spirits.
It must be the heat getting to him. We don't get these kind of temperatures back in Cyslodia.
Galaglians born and raised here struggle with it too, so it's no surprise.
Aha! So that's why his plumage is so white. He was born in a winter wonderland.
Actually, Dahnan owls absorb the astral energy of whatever land they're raised in. Where they're born doesn't affect their appearance at all. But that's not why he's white. The real reason is that he's still just a baby. Woo!
You mean their plumage changes color depending on where they grow up? Weird.
And with all this traveling we've been doing, it wouldn't surprise me if his wings ended up looking like a colorful painting.
I think he suits his snowy complexion. It'll feel strange to see him change.
How awesome would it be if his head and wings were different colors? And his stomach and sides, like a map of our travels! Ow, lay off, will ya? So much for the heat making him docile!
You've only yourself to blame for that one. Hootle takes pride in his appearance, you know.
Fascinating. An appreciation of aesthetic beauty in an owlet so young.
Dohalim, I think you've drawn his attention.
Hootle's the final boss. Seriously, if that was true, I would actually probably applaud that. Is it this one or the other one? It's not this one. Which means it has to be this one. I want to try something real quick. Just real quick. Yeah, exactly. He's giving his big evil speech, and it's just... And you're just sitting there like... Is he... And the whole time Rinwell's like, how could you? Because she understands him. You were the chosen one. You were my brother, Hoodle.
It's tough just... I've got a really bad feeling about this.
Oh my god.
Time to cross blades. Sword Rain Alpha. Try this.
Now I'm in the groove.
Aim for their weak spot.
Eagle assault.
Try harder. Sword Rain Alpha. Try this.
Oh, violent darting wind.
Rending flash.
Hurricane.
Sword Rain Alpha.
Here.
More for the hurricane.
Try this.
That freaking does it.
Raging
You're mine.
More for the hurricane. Huddle. I'm out of magic.
Here I come.
Eat this.
Mega ray.
Talon sword.
Annihilation.
Sword Rain Alpha. Try this.
Just getting started.
Rending flash.
Illuminate the blah 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 magic. Holy
Just
land.
getting
A chain between heaven and earth. Will this help? A wailing sleep now.
Eat this.
Healing circle.
I owe you one.
Searing flame. Chinese supernova.
Rip and tear.
Here's a healing arc.
Eagle assault.
Sword Rain Alpha. Try
Illuminate
this.
the dark. Come on. Hear my call. Holy land.
Do it.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Sword Rain Alpha.
Will this help? A wailing fancy of lightning.
Sword Rain Alpha. Thanks.
I'll be safe.
Rending flash.
Listen, I gotta level Sword Rain Alpha somewhere, right?
I'm all stuffed up. More with
By which I mean my flame stuff.
Sword Rain Alpha. Try this.
Sealed. I'll be safe.
Sword Rain Alpha.
Eagle assault.
Raging storm. It's weakened.
Sword Rain. This ends now. Try this.
Annihilation.
Rending
That
flash.
freaking does it.
Here I come.
Swallow dance.
You're finished.
Reaction.
Now I'm in
Here
the
I
groove.
come.
Illuminate the mega ray.
Eagle assault.
Sword Rain Alpha. Rending flash.
Here and now.
It's over. Astral energy. Full throttle.
I'm on it. I'll tear you
Sword
apart.
Rain Alpha.
Come forth. Holy glimmer.
Rending flash.
Hurricane.
Chain between heaven and earth.
Blow away.
A wind. Banshee of lightning. Sleep now.
Sword Rain Alpha. Rending flash.
Charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just as well, I'm here to stop it.
See what happened there as you crossed.
like this.
Stay away from my friend.
A new leaf on life. Banshee of lightning. Here.
Alpha. Try this.
First aid.
I really owe you one.
Interesting. I was animation locked using an item. It still worked out, but... What just one-shot me?
Illuminate the dark. Explosion. Holy glimmer.
I actually didn't see what one-shot me there.
I owe you.
Wow.
Illuminate the dark. From death to biz.
Here we go
Will
again.
this help? Come forth. Holy glimmer. Holy land.
I mean, usually I at least see what's killing me.
Illuminate the dark. Come forth.
I mean, I would just like Tales of Abyss to be ported forward in general, you know what I mean?
Dragon
This thing
Swarm.
has been console locked for entirely too long.
This one's all mine.
I'm on it.
Illuminate the dark.
Hurricane.
Holy glimmer.
Rending flash.
Rip and tear.
Sword Rain Alpha. Try this.
Dragon Shell.
A wailing
Rending flash.
Now I'm in it.
Here I come.
Nice while it lasts.
Sword Rain Alpha.
I'll smash you. Eat this.
I'll heal you. Here, let me help.
I'll finish you here and
Illuminate
now.
the dark. Magic is there.
Rending flash.
Failure is lost. You will have.
Yeah, I'll be okay.
Here comes something big.
Try to dodge.
Can't get out of this. I've let you all down.
You'll pay for that.
I'll bring you back from
Sword Rain Alpha.
Here's a healing arc! Oh,
Try harder!
God damn, just kept shoving me there.
Thanks. I'm on it. I owe you one.
Healing circle for a second.
Here, let me help. Illuminate the dark!
Sword Rain out!
Holy Land!
And he immediately uses it again because he's a dick. That's another thing that I actually think is a flaw of this game. They build into a lot of enemies things where you have to break their armor with Law, or you have to root them with Dohalim, or you have to interrupt them with either Rinwall or Kisara, right? And yet all those things take forever to charge, and the enemies absolutely outpace your ability to interrupt them or deal with them.
Now I'm in the
Jesus Christ, that must have been what killed me last time.
Illuminate the dark! Holy Land! Now do it! Shion! Get toasty!
Bird strike!
I need to be stronger. We've reached our destination.
Alright, this is it. After killing the super boss we've had since the first chapter of the game, what do we get for it?
Yeah!
What? Right. Afraid not.
Right.
Yeah!
That's it. Ah, well. Meanwhile, Gum Gum's like, they'll never use comms to talk to their loved ones. Because pure evil. Like, I don't know if you knew this. Being evil is a choice, Gum Gum. You don't have to be so evil. Anti-dragon damage? Okay, I feel like I should take that. That feels like a thing that I'm going to want. Yeah, I get the idea that they're experimenting with it and trying to make it so that it was kind of a trade-off situation, but I'm with you. I would rather it be based on who you're controlling or whatever, or even just a simple cooldown instead of the massive cooldown that it is. And that. That's just a preference thing, though. I'm not going to ding it for that. Maybe. That's also true.
Thanks for waiting. Eat as much as you like.
I wonder if Dohalim being a pure healer would have actually worked out better. Make him a nice, option instead of Shion. Just, I don't know, random thoughts. I think Kisara's in a good place. She is a pure tank. She can guard, which reduces the damage she takes substantially. And she can do damage while guarding, which is nice. But, Dohalim feels like a wasted slot in every direction. For the same reason red mages are usually a wasted slot in every direction, which is something we've talked about a lot in basically every game we've ever covered that has red mages.
It's quite hot here. The climate feels different from Menancia's.
It's gotten much cooler since leaving town, though.
Does that mean eyes were burning holes in us?
I mean, Kisara's amazing and all, but I'm not sure why. Not why she's amazing, why there'd be that.
Something feels odd here. Be on your guard.
It's like the enemies have leveled up.
So we're back in the Zion Mine tunnels. Who would have thought we'd be going through this place again? This is where you and I first fought together.
And also the first time we touched, as I recall.
Of course she'd remember that.
Yes, really.
I mean, she is my favorite character so far, but... You know, and? Also, she's clearly taken, which pretty much puts a damper on that.
So this path is supposed to take us out to Berg Volcano?
We're not gonna see any lava burst out in front of us or anything, are we?
Don't get so paranoid you let a rock fall on your head, Law.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, Kay. But it depends on how exactly they're designed. Like, to put it into simple terms, a red mage is always going to be waste in FF1, specifically. Because it's just never going to be as good as the other mages, to an extent that is deleterious, especially towards the endgame. Because they will never be able to cast the high-level spells, and that's going to be a problem later on. By contrast, there's other games where red mages, you know, have less casts, or maybe they just don't have... they can't learn as many spells, but they still have access to high-level spells or whatever, where it works out a bit better, because then you could still have, you know, Kiraga, for example.
So hot.
Well, yeah. We've reached the inner portion of Berg Volcano.
We need to find that starship. And fast.
It's probably going to have air conditioning. Transcendent air conditioning.
No backing down! First strike!
Lunar corruption! Radiant storm!
The reason I bring Rinwall is because she's basically the best DPS in the group. I could probably do more DPS if I didn't suck so much and wasn't trying to level Sword Rain Alpha.
For yours truly!
Kisara, frozen!
Hammer!
Rinwall can do tons of DPS to everything, because she has spells that hit everything, right? What I mean by that is, she's got fire spells, and ice spells, and you know, earth spells, and etc. So she doesn't, it doesn't matter who she's fighting. She's got it.
Out of our way!
You're mine!
The reason I bring Law is because he's probably my next best DPSer overall. At least while controlled by the AI. Hi, Cyan. The reason I not control me is because I am definitely the best DPSer. Or at least I'm working on it. So I suppose that means I'm bringing 3 DPSs and a healer. Which sounds about right.
Unstoppable.
You're not like that all the time.
You're probably thinking, but Laura, you're dumb! And you're right. But, in a game with this much HP padding, of course I'm stacking the deck with as many DPSers as I can. I keep debating in my head swapping in someone else instead of Law, specifically. And I keep arguing myself down because he's just doing enough damage to warrant his slot.
Gotta break through!
Annihilation!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Running fly!
Just getting started! Are those rocks
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
They got me flanked!
Aim for the...
Yeah, honestly, the only reason I'm a good DPSer is because of Sword Rain Alpha. I think we all know this.
Be my guest!
I wonder if I could check. Looks like I can.
Thanks, Kisara!
Rending blast!
I'm only getting started. Here, let me help.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Leave the enemy's arc to me.
No complaints here!
I do.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Storm! Up and at it!
Rending
Let's go!
blast!
Eagle assault!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Tempest blast!
Now!
Rending blast!
Kisara!
Probably Blade Tribal.
Prepare to crumble! I'll heal you all!
Although, that's the realm of the hypothetical, but you're probably right.
Now I can let loose.
Looks like you came to my rescue again.
We need to be careful.
What I love is I'm doing fire damage, and it's still hitting quite well against these things.
Blending flash.
Like, it's not great because it's still being resisted, but 156 a smack when I'm hitting that often is not a small amount of damage.
Wow! Look what I just found.
And thus our strength yet grows.
Gothic Trust. Alright, so I wanted to check. We're up to 290. Oh my god. We're up to 290 Flame Strike proficiency.
Oh.
What do you want to bet we need 1,000 to get the other abilities? Because that's been true for several, right? Like, Shion got Annihilator at 1,000, for example.
Huh.
We're just now using his...
You can make
Okay.
plants grow instantly? What if we use this for fruits and vegetables?
I'd rather not be our party's fertilizer. Thank you very much.
But you're so good at it!
Out of our way! Eat this! Raging storm! Watch this! Take Talon Hurricane! Now we're getting started! Their hide is thick as armor! Illuminate the blah blah blah! Holy land! A chain between heaven and earth! In their defenses! Glad you have your uses!
A charge like that could easily be fatal.
Just like you be, I'm here to stop.
Holy glimmer! Here, let me have it!
Now I can let loose.
A wailing banshee of light! Mega ray! Rip and tear! Here's a healing art! First aid! So much! Radiant pierce! Raging storm! More with that pierce! I'm out of ammo! Rip and tear! First aid! Carve now! Through in here! Back into the fray! Get on in there with the others! By the power of whirling struggle! Blah blah blah! In here! Glimmer dragon! I'll be saving this one! Oh, violent darting ray!
She did, Kay.
I'll be saving
Blah, blah, blah. Magic! It's one of my favorite quotes of hers.
Sword Rain Alpha. Try this. I'm on it. Blending flash.
You know, Law, flaunting you really makes me realize
Makes you realize what?
maybe thinking too much gets in the way sometimes.
Exactly! Don't think. Just
Now.
Sword
swing.
Rain Alpha. Chill.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished.
Probably Gum Gum.
Don't
But I don't remember off the top of my head, so I don't know. But yeah, she has to say words in order to prep the spell. But she can also combo, and I do have most of her abilities that speed up her casting when comboing. So
It's on!
Sword Rain Alpha. First strike. Blending flash.
hey Walker.
Sword Rain Alpha.
Here's a healing
Blending
art!
flash.
First aid!
Now I can let loose. Sword Rain
I'm
Alpha.
free! Why can't they just sit
The enemy
Will
heals.
someone do me a favor and look up
No
at
sooner
what
said than done.
levels, at what flame strike proficiencies I gain abilities? If anybody can find a chart of that or something, that would be really helpful.
By the power of
What?
flame!
I'm surrounded!
Alpha. Try this.
Please and thank you.
Next.
Holy
As
land!
impressive as always.
Because I need to decide if this is honestly even worth my time doing.
You're even better than ever.
I've never seen Shion actually look flustered.
Sword Rain Alpha. Try this.
Radiant pierce!
Blending.
Eagle Assault!
I mean, it's not like I'm doing bad damage, but I am draining my CP more than I would be by virtue of farming this way.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out!
Alpha.
I'm only getting
This one keeps charging us.
That's what my shield's for. Get behind me.
Got it. I'll leave it to you.
Cools up. Time to get out of the way.
Sword Rain Alpha. Coming.
Can't get out of this!
Sword Rain Alpha.
Denied!
lightning! No armor can stop me!
Remind me to stay on your good side.
Here, let me help. A chain between heaven and
Sword Rain
earth.
Alpha!
A wailing... Now!
Blending Flash!
Law, get toasty!
Burn Strike!
Right, next one.
Already on!
Raging
Blending
Dual
Flash!
Roll!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Healing Circle!
Now I can let loose.
I owe you, Shion.
Healing is what my art
Sword
is
Rain
at.
Alpha! Try this!
All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
Talon Hurricane! Try this!
Illuminate the
see what I can
dark
do.
now!
Blending Flash!
Here I go.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Chain between heaven and earth.
A
Blending
whirling
Flash!
banshee of lightning!
Don't get complacent.
My face is starting to sting, and my throat feels super parched.
Here, have some water. Just make sure you don't drink too much.
Thanks.
You want some too, Shion? Oh, wait. I bet you're hungry more than anything, aren't you?
I'm fine, thank you very much.
Yeah, the good news is I don't care about Searing Gale, it looks like. I think. Hang on. I would like Incineration Wave, and that is... Do a main... It looks like I'm doing the quest I'm in right now. So we'll get that as part of the quest. Dragon Swarm is Explosive Ring, which is 400. And then the other one... That was my other ability. That one, I think? Searing Gale. That... Oh, jeez, that's the 1000 one. Yeah. Cool. Sure.
Guess I misread the landing.
Little help!
Bang Blast!
Sword Rain Alpha! Leave the charges to me! Annihilation!
Blending
Chain
Flash!
between heaven and earth.
You have to hit the right area on their back.
I'm on a roll now!
Blending Flash!
The blocking part's their weak
Sword
point!
Rain Alpha! Now it's showtime!
Now!
Now, while it's reeling!
Take it down!
Sword Rain
I
Alpha!
mean, I'm gonna at least try for the 400 one.
Blending
Where that came
Flash!
from?
I don't think I'm gonna go for the 1000 one.
Wow, that was a nice move there.
I know, right? Bet you couldn't do it.
So it's a grab here, thrust the left leg, then use the right arm to leverage over...
Stop memorizing my move!
Little help!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Now you see what I can do!
Raging Storm! Will this help?
For the record, I was reasonably positive about Nier Automata, although I don't enjoy it.
I'm like bait to them!
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
I mean, Yoko Taro is just not my style or approach at all. But Automata is still a good game, I just didn't enjoy it.
Blending Flash!
That being said, I do have one actual complaint about the game. And that is Route B.
Without a trace!
Shouldn't have done that!
Route B can suck it. That is not pure padding, but it's like one step away from pure padding. And honestly has no place in the game at all. That's my opinion.
I'll crush you! Ah! Lightning reflexes! Tenebrous claw! Eat this! Hurricane!
Now, Route C, that's when it started actually getting, you know, good.
Try this!
I'll smash you!
I'm all stuffed up!
Blending Flash!
There's always room for improvement.
Alright, you're gonna have to explain that one, Pajama Day. I was gonna say, what exactly makes... Okay. I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna let it go. I mean, I think you're right. Route B is almost... I feel like Route B is there to... I don't mean this in a negative way. To troll the player. I think it's there to make you think, oh, so each time I play through, I just play through the game again. So, you know, a pseudo New Game Plus or a loop. It's there to try and get you to not realize that the game actually substantially changes once you get to Route C. That's my opinion. I don't know if that's true or not.
Little help!
Sword Rain Alpha! I'll take you all on!
It was nice.
First aid!
Okay, here
Rip and tear!
Pain between heaven and earth.
That being said, Nier Automata does its multiple routes thing better than Drakengard does. Granted, low-hanging fruit, but it's still true.
Rending Flash!
Radiant Pierce!
I'll finish you here!
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'll heal you all! Holy Lance!
Rending Flash!
Pain between heaven and earth. Healing circle!
I owe you.
A whale
Why'd you heal me? To stop you dying?
I owe you.
Right.
Glimmer Dragon!
Holy Radiant Pierce!
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Swallow Dance!
Holy
Rending Flash!
Here, let me help. First aid!
Well, because Drakengard 2 wasn't made by Yoko Taro and crew, and therefore, in many ways, isn't a Drakengard game.
It's weakened. Pain between heaven and earth.
This
That's probably exactly why he likes it.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I thought Drakengard 2 was okay. I actually beat it.
Here I go.
Played it all the way through. I do think some of the bosses are ridiculous, and I think the lack of mid-mission checkpoints is awful, and some of the missions can go to hell. Also, the breaking the sky sequence is just whatever nonsense, but that's pretty normal for that.
I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Let me help. First aid!
Rending Flash!
It was
Here
nice.
goes.
Sword Rain
One
Alpha!
more.
That'll teach us for getting cocky. We got some good equipment!
Actually, yes, Savicom. Because, yeah, I personally played Drakengard 1 100% because I'm insane and stupid, and then Drakengard 2 pretty much back to
Can't
back.
say its appearance is to my tastes, personally.
Why would you heal me? Why would you ever heal me?
An opponent like this should be easy.
You know what's really funny? So, you know, I played several games more than I should have because I was suffering from severe depression issues at the time and was basically looking for anything to distract myself, right? Now, here's the funny part. So I went straight from Drakengard 1, which I hated even when I was playing it, to Drakengard 2, which was okay. You know, it did some stuff right. Still a little arduous, still a little irritating. To playing this other PS2 game that you may have heard of. It's called Kingdom Hearts.
It's on!
Sword Rain Alpha! I'm on it!
Oh, don't mistake me. I think Kingdom Hearts 1 is one of the worst Kingdom Hearts games. But I rather liked Kingdom Hearts.
Here I go.
And going from games I didn't enjoy, there were other ones in there I'm skipping over. We also finished up Chrono Cross at that point in time.
We're in the home stretch, guys.
But I went straight from all that non-enjoyment, is how I'm going to phrase that. You know, just playing a video game specifically because of the fact that it was something to distract myself from how crummy my life was, to Kingdom Hearts.
Damn, you beat me to it. Gotta be quick, or I'll take them all myself.
Oh, like hell you will. Rending
The next probably about 5 months of my gaming career was mostly replaying Kingdom Hearts 1.
Thanks.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I really owe you one.
Rending
Thanks for the healing.
Watch yourself, okay?
Yeah, you too.
Try this!
It was do it.
Rending Flash!
Now, again, I do think it's got a lot of first game syndrome,
We managed to pull through.
and, you know, has all the problems that go along with that syndrome. But that was a bit of a breath of fresh air at the time. And it's probably worth it. Yeah, Kingdom...
This bridge will hold itself together, right?
Most definitely.
Excuse me. One of the original ideas behind even doing a lore run was games like Kingdom Hearts.
though I won't make any promises.
Which one is it?
Because a lot of people would ask me questions semi-regularly to explain elements of the lore, or the background, or the storytelling that just either wasn't well translated, or wasn't well explained, or wasn't in the game at all. And that led to the original concept of the first lore run, which was actually Warcraft 3. But the second lore run was Kingdom Hearts 2.
Rending Flash!
Illuminate the dark! Holy Quiver!
Rending Flash!
Get a word! Do it! Oh, now you're It's finished! Let's do it!
Rending Flash!
Here's a healing arc!
Yeah, go figure, Sabacon.
Rending Flash!
That extra training paid off.
Although I'd like to think I'm a good game reviewer, but admittedly, that's just pure
What's this thing?
hubris, or whatever. I am not a fan of the Drakengard / Nier series, no. Nier Automata is probably the closest one to one I enjoyed.
Callous. Calcified. Calaglia.
What kind of poem is that?
A sparse one.
Yeah.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Eat this! Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha!
Now you see what I can all finish you here and now.
Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha!
Are you sure, Savacon? You might not think that again once we get past the Lufias. Correct, I do not like the Souls games. And at this point, I've actually played all of them except for Demon Souls. And I've reviewed a decent chunk of them.
Hear my call!
No, that's not true. I've only reviewed 3 of them. But I've streamed all but Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls, which is also the one I haven't played.
We are
As
freaking
impressive as always.
invincible.
Alvin and the others truly are strong.
No, I mean, you're even better than ever.
I've never seen Xion actually look flustered.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Rending Flash!
I'll smash you.
I mean, Bloodborne was a really weird game for me. Because on the one hand, it was awesome. And on the other hand, I hated it.
Rending
It was a very confusing game to review.
I'm out of ammo!
They've really got us on the ropes.
Don't forget to heal your wounds.
Like, it's so frustrating, right? It's like, oh god, this game, I hate it. So it's a bad game? No! I mean, there are things I do think were bad in Bloodborne. And let's be honest, how many of those are tied into the fact that it's locked on the PS3? Or 4, whatever it is. The frame rate issue, just the blur, the load times. Good lord.
It'll be a breeze. Get in, get out.
Alpha! Try this!
Here goes!
Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Lunar corruption!
Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Ready and rare! Lightning!
Rending Flash!
Lunar flag! Let's get you all tucked away!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Oh yeah, Bloodborne is super Lovecraftian. In, all 3 ways, actually.
Take this! All knocked
We're in the
up!
home stretch, guys.
What she said. Eyes on the prize.
That focus goes double for you, Law.
Me? How come I get...
Alright, now I have to go shoot Pajama Day. I'll be right back. Let's see here.
Hold out.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
In here!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Now to go back to burning my HP.
You wish to learn my secrets, young Alvin?
I've used a bit too much healing.
Never stop stabbing. I also just noticed that my chat is wrong. Let me fix that. There we go. Now I can read chat better. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Savacom, and take of this for what you will. This is going to sound so strange, but I realized I need to stop acknowledging some of my detractors. And I know that sounds so egotistical, which is why I hesitate to do it. but I do. I need to just kind of start ignoring some of my detractors. I am not a fan of Shin Megami Tensei, and I am not a fan of Personas. I've played Persona 3, 4, and 5 at this point. But to explain what I mean a little bit, Savacom, just last Saturday, I was trying to bring up something that I thought would be a gameplay negative. And what happened was, in my head, I immediately heard all the comments that I not only was probably going to get, but have already gotten about me making similar complaints about other games. And I immediately lunged into defend my opinion mode. And you probably know what that is. In fact, I'm pretty sure everyone in chat knows what defend my opinion mode feels like.
What? I'll smash you!
And I need to just not do that. I don't need to defend my opinion. I need to justify it. I need to earn it. But I don't need to defend it.
Naturally.
You're mine!
A chain between heaven and earth. Mine. A wailing banshee of lightning. Only get shield.
You know what's funny is I can't Sword Rain Alpha again because I literally don't have the HP for it.
Now you see what I can do!
Tunnel!
Do it!
Explosion!
I won't be able to heal you for much longer.
So, what are we up to? We're almost there. We need to do 28 more flame strikes, and then we'll be done with spamming that nonsense. So let's get some healing in here. Wait,
Maybe
really,
we can head
Savacom?
back?
No, I'm just being facetious, I'm sorry. I think I've mentioned this a couple of times. The review is, if I'm being completely honest, a little bit more for me than it is for my viewers. Don't mistake me, I know that people care about the results of the reviews and care about what scores games gets, and I know plenty of people want me to dig into and say how good or bad a certain thing is with full analysis mode, right? But, as I've said many times, even if you guys didn't want me to review the games, I still would, because I want to review the games.
If you fall, there will be nothing left of you.
Exactly. So don't try anything funny. Especially you, Law. No pushing anyone, not even as a joke.
I'm not a little kid!
Gotta break through! Dragon Swarm!
Starting wind.
World Dance! Sword Rain Alpha!
Chain between heaven and
Oh my god.
Try harder!
a wailing banshee of lightning.
Come on, I'm just trying to hit somebody.
I'm out of ammo.
Sword Rain Alpha! Come one, come all! Blending Flash!
There you are! Come on,
Sword Rain Alpha!
By the power
Blending Flash!
here for the
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Blending Flash!
Shattering the...
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Who wants to die next?
Quiver Dragon! All
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Blending Flash!
And tear!
Okay, here I go!
But to explain that, sorry, I kind of got interrupted.
Got the advantage.
My point is that
Just have to make sure we...
I've offered a few times for my viewers to take the score off camera. But the score is always going to be there, like I said.
I hate you so much, Ringo.
In fact, if some of you probably remember, originally the score was off camera. And people kept asking me to drag it on camera.
I need to be stronger.
I was like, oh, okay. Sure, yeah, let's do that.
Gotta break
Here,
through!
let me help.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Holy glitter!
Blending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Now I'm in the groove!
Blending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha!
Blasted.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this! Blending Flash!
It must take guts to fight without a weapon.
I'm not brave.
I mean, that's an argument I've heard a lot. Anapathetic. I shouldn't say argument. It's a statement I've heard a lot.
Trying to focus.
I was only trying to be nice.
I suppose it's valid. I will say that it's hard to talk over these people fighting.
I'll finish you.
A wailing banshee of lightning.
I will say, and I believe this not only firmly at this point, but I've proven this.
Think you could beat me at arm wrestling?
When have I not beaten you?
Right. I'll just go on ahead then.
It's hard to talk in this game. I will say that I not only firmly believe, but I have proven time and time again that the pace at which I play games does not affect the score of those games. However, it is within the realm of possibility that it affects my personal enjoyment, which, as you'll know, is actually kind of just detached a little bit from the scores that the games get. That is possible and that is feasible. That's certainly something that could be brought up. Lord knows there are some types of games which are just not designed to be played back-to-back. Fighting games is a good example of that, but also something like a roguelite, for example. So those are both valid points, and I don't disagree. Here's the catch. I've mentioned this before, and I'll say this again. I don't just play at that pace because schedule or because I'm in a rush or whatever. That's just me. That's how I play games. That's how I've always played games, and that's how I'm always going to play games. So, it's possible that doing so is just a flaw in my mentality and my personality, and that's just something I'm going to have to accept. But I do fight very hard to make sure that that doesn't change or skew the review in a way that is unacceptable. Yeah, like Hades, Blade Travell.
This will be a delicious piece
My
of
pace, I am not a big fan of wasting time in general. So if I'm playing a game, I want to play that game. I don't want to waste my time. I don't want to pad. I don't want to sit and wait. I don't want to walk away, you know, meander. I'm not a meanderer. Now, having said that, there's actually a distinction, which a lot of people don't understand. And that's Sword Rain Alpha.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Sword Rain Alpha!
Annihilation!
Try harder!
By the power
Sword Rain Alpha!
Let's take you out of your misery!
Thunder Flash! Watch this! Sword Rain Alpha!
You know, Law, watching you really makes me realize.
Makes you realize what?
Maybe thinking too much gets in the way sometimes.
A victory for the ages.
I don't like wasting time. That's really what it boils down to more than anything else. I don't actually enjoy wasting time. Now, you might think, well, so that means you have to be doing something constantly? No. I just want my time to be properly utilized. Just sitting down, relaxing, enjoying some nice music, and de-gauzing is not a waste of time. It's using my time properly. Does that make sense? And that's the distinction. I'm not in a hurry. I just like to be efficient about my time utilization. And that kind of bleeds over into how I watch shows and how I play games and how I read books. So, generally speaking, I don't like to just put a game down and walk away from it, because at that point it's like, what am I doing here? And the first question that'll immediately pop into my mind is, why am I doing this? Is this worth my time? Etc., etc. I will also admit that I've been playing games since I was 3, so that's 37 years of playing video games. So I've gotten less and less and less tolerant of games that that waste my time, for lack of a better way to put it. Oh, absolutely, Blade Travell. No question. Let me tell you a game that some people would consider grindy that I don't, personally, because remember, grind's a personal opinion thing. But a game that some people consider grindy that I don't, that's a good DGAUZ game for me. Diablo 3. Now, Diablo 3, we actually talked about this because it came up during the Hades run, is a game in which you blaze through levels and enemies and bosses, kind of like a chipper shredder. It's a very relentless pace of a game, especially if you're playing it at you know, the level that it is designed to be played as. But for me, that's very relaxing. And it's very enjoyable, too. And the specifics of why are down to the nitty-gritty details, which I look forward to discussing when we get to that review later this year. But my point is, it's easy to look at Diablo 3 and see smashing rifts or hitting bounties or doing rifts as being grindy. And just people being like, ugh, I have to do another 3 rifts. Whereas I'm sitting there thinking, do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Not all that hungry myself.
Don't make me say it again.
Yeah, good idea.
So anyways, let's fight the biggest boss of all. The behemoth creature. Oh, wow. It's a different... Nope, never mind. That's a reskin. Never mind.
What the hell is that thing?
Probably that monster Nath warned us about, if I had to guess.
Do you think this might have been where one of those lights that shot out of the wedge landed?
But why this location? If the purpose of the wedge is to harvest Dana's astral energy.
We can figure that out later.
Oh my god, we're gonna have to fight 5 of these, aren't we?
Chaos.
What do you want to bet?
Take it down and move on.
What do you want to bet?
Let's go.
Yeah, Borderlands is another example of a game that could be considered grindy, which actually I do personally consider a little bit grindy, but it's still quite fun, right? I can't even attack him right
Here it
now.
comes! Focus!
On your toes, everyone!
I literally can't attack this boss.
Suddenly turning tail doesn't seem so ridiculous.
Why? Are you scared?
Me? Are you?
Do you even have to ask? Of course I'm scared!
Focus up before we become that thing's lunch.
It's summoning Zoogles?
Take care of them while keeping an eye on it!
Try this!
What's my camera doing? There we go. Oh, D2, yeah. It's actually funny. Diablo 1 is extraordinarily slow-paced. D2 is fairly slow-paced. D3 is extremely fast-paced. That'll be interesting to cover those games back-to-back. What are you doing with my camera? Oh my god! What are you doing? I literally... Oh, it's doing the same thing it did last time. I've lost vertical camera control. Look, I can only bob it. You see that? I kind of want to look at the enemies I'm actually fighting game. Is that a cool thing? An option? I gotta be getting close to 400.
I owe you, Sion. Healing is what my arts do best. All mine can do is cause havoc and destruction.
No, this is just the Balsif fight all over again. Anyways. But yeah, to get back to what Dr. Winter said, I actually know several people who love just trying to grind up the best possible equipment in Borderlands 2 as they can. Or I've got another example for you. There's a video game called Asheron's Call, which I'm not going to run you through all the details, but let's just say that it's very difficult to get truly optimal gear in that game. And it's very grindy, and you have to grind certain specific things. And I know people who really liked doing that.
I'll crush you!
Speaking of which, Diablo 2, while we're on the subject. Getting the good rolls and the good suffixes, or getting the right legendaries. Hell, just getting set items at all. How many of you have done entire playthroughs of D2 and never gotten one set item to drop?
Here, let me help!
Holy land!
It's finished!
Let's do it! Sleep now.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Violent darting wind.
Blending Flash!
In here.
Sword Rain Alpha! I owe you one. Blending Flash!
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint.
Nope, that'd be silly.
Sword Rain Alpha!
I'm on a roll now.
Blending Flash! Sword Rain
The
Alpha!
adventure mode is, alright, you push through the story, here, have some fun. That being said, I do like adventure mode. But the specifics are why, the details. They do so much right in that game. I can't wait to just shotgun, just absolutely shotgun positives to gameplay for D3 once we get there. Because that's what's going to happen. I'm just going to spoil this for you. It's going to get all the positives. Just all of them.
I'm on a roll now! Lunar corruption!
Sword Rain Alpha!
Here, let me help!
Blending Flash!
No? I feel like me again.
Sword Rain Alpha! Lunar Dragon!
Watch this!
Blending Flash!
Death Blossom!
It looks like you've got it.
Yeah, D3's story score,
This ends now.
we'll see.
Consider yourself finished!
Illuminate
It does a lot right, but
between heaven and earth.
Here I
A
come!
wailing dancing of lightning. This ends now.
I'm pretty sure D2 will be a net positive.
Here, let
I'm
me
not
help.
sure about D1.
Thanks, Shion.
Be careful not to overdo it.
I'm sorry.
I'll do better.
Here come more!
We'll just have to keep fighting.
Seriously? This is literally a trash fight?
I'm out of it. Back into the fray.
So this is a type of fight. We've actually talked about this before. It's when the boss is just kind of there doing stuff, and the actual gameplay is you killing the trash fight.
Even better than ever.
Summon fight, in simplicity.
Not on my watch.
Not dodge out of that crap. Ugh. Am I gonna buy some items when I get back to camp? Oh yeah, Diablo 1 is definitely a first game. It's probably gonna be a net negative, let's just be honest about it.
I'm totally fine.
Blow away! Swordblade Alpha! Try this! Rending Blast! Take this!
Nice claw.
I owe you one.
Leave it all to love.
Hey, I'm here too, you know.
Try this!
Touch your field.
Rending Blast!
Swallow dance!
Whoa, hey,
The
when
flame
there's
inside me
time.
yearns to be let free! Try harder!
Oh, the movement speed by itself is gonna be multiple negatives. You kidding me?
Reinforcements incoming!
How many? Okay.
Sword Rain
Not
Alpha!
in your dreams.
Will this help?
Big Blast! Rending
Hit.
Whoa!
Healing circle. One at a time.
I'm on! Sword Rain
Thanks so
Alpha!
much.
Try
Holy
this!
eruption. A chain between
Rending
heaven and
Blast!
earth. Ready.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Feel.
Rending Come here!
Get on in there with the others.
Also, Diablo 1 is the only Diablo game with nudity, and therefore automatically gets a negative. Well, I'm not joking about the nudity thing, but
Sword Rain Alpha! Try
I
this!
cannot believe we haven't hit 400 yet.
Whoa. Hey, one
Sword
at
Rain
a time.
Alpha!
Try
Try this!
It must take guts to fight this out of weapons.
I'm not brave. I just do what I have to.
If you're ever in a pinch, just say the word.
You fight better at a distance. The further away, the better. You and I both.
Flew away!
Sleep now.
Dragon Swarm!
Let me help.
Hey!
I'll heal
Rip
you
and
all.
tear!
Here's a healing island starting where? Now through cross blood. Don't mind if I do.
I'm on it! You! Big Blast! Sword Rain Alpha! Try
Why do I have him targeted? Ah,
Here's another. I'm out of ammo.
fine, fine. We'll hit you then.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
That's an interesting question. D3's launch was pretty bad, but I'm thinking 2 negatives for it. By memory, obviously.
I really don't.
Sword Rain Alpha! Try this!
Essentially, 1 negative to, well, no, I could see it being a 3 negatives, now that I'm thinking about it. 1 negative for the unacceptable server status at the launch. 1 negative for the fact that I'm dead. 1 negative for the launch, 1 negative for the real money auction house, 2 negatives for the real money auction house, and then a final negative for, would that be 3? Hang on, let me think about that. Oh, right, for the imbalance in the game, in the actual game design. The end game, a lot of people don't remember this, the original end game in Diablo 3 was terrible.
This should do it! I'm on it!
The difficulty design, the boss design, the suffix combinations, the way that the builds pushed forward, the way that the gear drops were designed. Everything was pretty bad about original endgame.
Do it. Heaven and earth.
So that's a lot of negatives,
Consider yourself finished!
Here's a healing.
which is really funny to me. Because I bet you money that the highest percentage, and I'm betting this right now, I'm betting that the highest percentage of negatives that Diablo 3 will get will be for stuff that it has since fixed from launch.
Sword Rain Alpha!
What do you want to bet?
Rending Flash! Sword Rain Alpha! This one's all mine!
And yes, the always online mode will absolutely get a negative. No question.
Explosion.
It'll only get 1 negative, because the Switch version exists, but it will still get a negative. Listen, if you don't want a Sword Rain Alpha, I got nothing here.
I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
How many further of these things do we have to do?
It's about to
This is
strike.
already getting boring.
Look sharp, everyone!
Oh, that hurt. Did we hit it?
Everyone all right?
We won't surrender. We won't retreat. Not yet.
Whatever you do, just please stay safe.
How are we supposed to take on something so big?
I'll handle it. Just
Alphen!
watch and learn! That's enough! Go back down!
Wow, we beat it in one hit. Think about it.
Everyone okay?
Yeah, I think so.
That thing scared the pants off me.
It felt like it had a different aura than other Zeugles, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't like the one that Almadria sicked on us either.
Its elemental astral energy variance was out of this world. It was like fighting a lord.
I guess it's safe to assume that if it came out of the wedge, it must have played some part in helping harvest astral energy. But what?
Perhaps a living spirit vessel? It's plausible, given the location. Or it may be part of a new force dispatched to regain control of Dana.
If we assume that monster was one of the 4 beams of light, we must have prevented something from taking place here.
I'd like to think so, knowing how much grief it gave us. But at least with that out of the way, we can keep moving forward now. Let's go.
I'm not sure I've reviewed a game under the current format that actually has New Game Plus. There's probably one I'm forgetting somewhere, but yeah, I don't think we have. Nope, God of War. God of War did. Jeez, that's recent. That's just a couple months ago. What do we get here? Hey, Incineration Wave. Yeah, I want that. And that. I want all that. Give me here. Hollow Knight is a perfect game for New Game Plus. I can't believe it doesn't have one. Ugh. So here's how this works, Dr. Winter. If you have baked-in microtransactions, period, of any kind, shape, or form, that is something that is in consideration for a negative. That's the standard, Dr. Winter. You have microtransactions.
There's always room for improvement.
If you were paying attention, you'll notice that they got a separate negative for the fact that the microtransactions were bad, and then a separate negative for the fact that they were shoved into our face. But the fact that they had microtransactions at all was that initial negative. Gigatransactions? Those are much worse. Well, the reason I say it's not an automatic negative, Savacom, is because nothing's an automatic negative. Just like nothing's an automatic positive. There's no such thing as an automatic. That's kind of the point of the review system. Yep, I'm going the wrong way. That being said, I'm not sure off the top of my head I could think of an example where that would not be a negative. But I don't know everything, and I don't have perfect memory, so there's probably an example somewhere that wouldn't qualify. But yeah, this goes back to what we were talking about earlier. If X progression is fine, and X buffs would be purely optional, they'd still be a negative. Yes. New Game Plus is not an automatic positive, no. There are such a thing as bad New Game Pluses. Either they have very little that carries forward, or they're a Tales of game.
Hey, is that it over there?
Well, there's our spaceship. We're about to go to space, yo. Yeah, I'm sorry. The Tales of series, at least from Symphonia onwards, has a New Game Plus that's so bad that I'm probably going to give it a negative. I did with Vesperia, the only other one we've reviewed so far. Alright, so first of all, let's get some meat. Delicious meat. We'll have some rapig meat. Rapig. We'll get some sheep, delicious sheep. Then we'll have horse, delicious horse. And then cow, because cow is amazing. What's wrong with the New Game Plus and Tales? Is that a question from ignorance or disagreement, Blade Traval? What am I doing? This. So, Tales of games, you can pick and choose what carries forwards, which would be a good thing if not for the fact that you have to buy it with in-game points that you earn depending on how you played through the game. Now, speaking from personal experience, twice now I have played through a Tales of game and earned enough points to carry forward either nothing or extremely few things. And that irritates the snot out of me. It boils down to the fact that if you really want to make an artificial good New Game Plus, what you have to do is you have to play through the game in a fairly specific way. Probably actually have a walkthrough or a guide, because in my opinion, most of it, not all, is not very intuitive. So yeah, that has received a negative in Vesperia. We'll see what they do with it in this one. But again, every Tales of game I've played has that same system, and I hate it. Sell all the junk items. A little bit. And let's buy up some frickin' healing items, shall we? That's just, yep. And buy up these. And buy up these. There we go. Buy a bunch of these. Wow, we can actually buy armor. That's rare. Most of it's worse than what we already have. But yeah, it's... as with all things, it boils down to the specific implementation, but I really do think that the implementation of how you unlock the New Game Plus stuff in these games tends to be bad. We have a lot of meat. Look at that.
You can never be too prepared. But did we have to spend so much?
Yes. Now, ironically, I am now currently disagreeing with two people in my chat right now. Because Dr. Winter thinks it's okay to have pay-to-win microtransactions, and Pajamade thinks it's okay to have purchasable carry-forwards in New Game Plus, and I disagree with both of those. Now, we all know what this means, right? It means I'm dumb and stupid, and a Nazi. Very important.
Alphen?
Did you remember something?
It means Sword Raid Alpha.
I have seen this starship before. This is it. This is the ship I traveled in when I escaped from Lenegis.
Of course.
3 centuries later, and it's no worse for wear. I'll take a look at the internals.
Damn! I'm amazed it still works at all after all this time.
Remember, nobody found this for 300 years, too. For 3 centuries. That's a good question, Pajamade.
Different time and place.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you've got us now, Alphen.
Not only that, but you've helped out so many people, too.
Law's right. Rinwell too. You're one of us now. No more carrying the weight of history on your shoulders. You're a part of this world.
Right. Thanks, you guys.
How's it look?
It should fly. All internal systems seem to be operating. However, considering how long it's remained inactive, I suspect it will take some time before it's ready for takeoff.
How much time are we talking here?
Starship mechanics are not what I'd call my forte. so I'd rather not hazard a guess.
So we've just got to sit around here and wait? I'm terrible at waiting.
That's because you're a child. Oh, but how about we use this time to prepare and gather supplies for the trip?
Good idea. Who knows when we'll be back from Lenegis once we leave? We should prepare ourselves for every possible scenario before we go.
Let's try not to stay away too long. I'd hate for anything to happen to the place while we're gone.
Either we race ahead, or we take due precaution to ensure we have no regrets. I shall leave it up to you as to how we proceed, Alphen.
Works for me.
That sounds like a point of no return thing, but I don't believe it. Like, we're nowhere near where the point of no return is probably happening. Seriously. Don't buy it. Instead, let's go camp.
It's funny, isn't it?
What is?
All this. When we first started this thing, did you ever imagine we'd be going to Lenegis?
Yes.
After all,
Because I've played a Tales of game before.
Against when I ran away from home, right?
I'm sure Zephyr would be proud if he knew what his son was doing right now.
And a little shocked, too.
We're defying the order of things that have persisted for 300 years. Deep down, I knew our journey would lead to confronting Lenegis.
Yeah, you maybe, but you're a Renan. The rest of us can barely even picture what it means to leave Dana.
No offense to Shion and Dohalim, but it's worth remembering we're heading into enemy territory.
No offense taken, and this is no picnic for me either.
Remember, our aim is to ensure that both Lenegis and the Renan homeworld leave Dana alone for good. I don't think we'll be able to avoid a fight.
Is there no way we can talk them into leaving us alone?
The people of Lenegis?
Sure. I mean, we found a way to make it work with Shion and Dohalim, right? And it's not just us. If places like Menancia can do it, then why can't we?
Because there are still many of my kind who believe it was right and natural that Rena reigns over Dana. There are those on Lenegis who have never stepped foot on Dana. I doubt whether they'd even listen to Danans.
Look, none of us want to fight. But these are the same people who fired that wedge down on Dana. What happens next is on them.
Right. We're not going to sit back and wait for them to oppress us again.
Right.
Don't forget, there's also a good chance the Red Woman is somewhere on Lenegis. And wherever she is, we should find the Renaissance too.
That's right. If we can take it back, then Shion can finally get rid of her thorns. Shion?
Huh? Yeah.
Where? Shion? Where'd Shion go? How could she just go off on her own?
For like the third time now, if you're paying any kind of attention. Really quick aside, I just want to comment on it. First of all, it's a nice view, but second of all, I love how you can see just a little bit of the town over there. Just a bit. Just wanted to comment on it.
Shion. Shion!
It's your thorns? But why? You okay? Just now, it looked like you used your maiden powers to suppress your thorns. You can really do that?
Stay out of my way.
Wait a second. Are you planning to go alone?
Shut up!
Why would you do this?
I told you to shut up!
I won't let you.
I mean it.
I refuse to let you.
I won't tell you again. Move or I'll shoot.
If that's the case, then go ahead and shoot me!
Do you remember back when I was stabbed? By Volron?
Yeah. I thought for sure that he had killed you back there.
That wasn't the first time.
Huh?
The first time was when I was only a child. After that, no matter how often, I just couldn't die.
Couldn't die? So you're immortal? How's that even...
I believe you, Xion. But tell me how is something like that possible?
My thorns. They're me, but at the same time not. They're part of me. I have no idea why, but my thorns will never let me die. At least not before I'm meant to.
You can't die before your death?
When my thorns free themselves, it will be my death. I've seen it. A darkness that swallows up everything until nothing remains. It's a vision of oblivion I can't escape. I want to believe it's all just a bad dream. But no matter what I tell myself, I know it's not.
Yeah, but you... Wait. The whole reason you needed the Renaissance was to get rid of your thorns, right?
If I burn away what's inside, then what will happen to the rest of me? Right. Either way you look at it, I'm going to die. But if I am going to die, I figure I can at least take my thorns out with me. That's what I've been after this whole time.
That's why you turned your back on your fellow Renans and chose to fight with us, isn't it? And while we've all been fighting to keep on living, you have been with us fighting desperately to die.
That was the plan. But then I met all of you. And before I knew it, I didn't want to die anymore.
Xion, don't lose hope yet. We'll find a way to save you. There's still time to.
It's pointless.
Why?
Because the darkness won't just consume me. The truth is, it will consume all of existence as well. It was only a suspicion at first, but ever since the Red Woman triggered my maiden powers, I've been more certain than ever before. It was then that I finally came to realize my powers were holding my thorns in check the entire time. But they don't anymore. Not since Lenegis, when the wedge fell. Every day, I feel the thorn's power growing stronger inside of me. Pretty soon, I won't be able to hold them back anymore. And when that happens,
They will consume all existence.
And that's why you wanted to leave by yourself. You planned to find the Renis Alma on your own and sacrifice yourself to stop the thorns.
But that's... too much. It's way too much.
when this all began, I didn't care what happened to me or anyone else. And what happened to the Renans or the Danans didn't matter to me at all. I know I have to die, but I don't want to. Not now that I have this. I wish we had never met. Then I wouldn't have to feel this way.
Xion!
Alphen?
Only living for the sake of dying is no better than being a slave. How can you endure this?
Alphen.
It's not fair. I don't care what anybody says. I won't let it happen! We can fight this! We'll fight until the end together. Isn't that what you said to me before?
Even if it should mean that it'll be the end of everything else too?
Xion, what do you want? It's your decision, ultimately. But if you decide not to fight fate, I will. Even if I have to do it alone.
No, you won't be alone. I'll fight as well.
Count me in as well. I want to be a force for good, not hate.
And me too. I meant it with all of my heart when I told you before. Neither of you are alone in this at all.
You guys...
And I, for one, don't believe this venture is without hope.
Huh?
Xion is the descendant of a maiden from 300 years ago. Given the circumstances, it seems very likely that those events have some connection to her thorns. The true nature of which, I imagine we will discover as we make our way to Lenegis and uncover the truth of what's unfolding here.
I take it you mean we might find a way to get rid of her thorns and she'll live?
It's certainly possible. Though I suspect the nature of the Sovereign is connected somehow.
So be it. I've already lost everything I had once. And I won't let it happen again. Xion. No matter what happens from now on, we're right here with you. All of us are. You are not alone.
You guys... You're all so stubborn. Thank you, everyone. For right now, and a little while longer, I just want to hold on to this dream. And most of all, more than anything else, I want to be with all of you. So let's go. On to Lenegis.
which is definitely the end of the game, and not the second fake out. Remember, we have multiple fake outs in Tales of games. That's a thing. We haven't even hit the freedom point yet.
The end of the world. It's hard to believe, isn't it?
I believe Shion is telling the truth. What about you?
As a friend, yes, I want to believe her. Everything that's happened seems to point towards some sort of great danger that's lurking ahead of us. Still, it's hard to fathom something that could usher outright doom to the world. That those really are the stakes we face.
No, I understand. Even Shion doesn't seem to know exactly what will happen to bring it all about.
We have so many pieces of the puzzle in our hands, so many clues, yet the complete picture eludes us.
So where do her thorns fit in then?
Well, I imagine they must sit at the very center of it all. You remember the voice we all heard while we were inside the wedge, don't you?
Yeah, I remember. It was the will of Dana's astral energy come to life. Or that's what we all thought.
Right. And from that, we're able to hypothesize how vast concentrations of astral energy can become sentient. Let's return to when we found Shion in Pelegion. When her thorns went wild, they contained far more astral energy than any mere Renin would normally have inside them.
So you think those thorns might be alive too? That their will is what keeps her from dying? But why would they want to destroy the entire world?
As for that, I really cannot say for certain. Its goals still remain a mystery. It may be a mere fluke that her maiden powers have been able to contain it thus far.
You know, I've noticed since we've met that you like figuring out riddles.
Can you blame me? When one realizes that the world they once thought to be true is but a mere facade, they can't help but seek the truth. Especially when that deception has led to others getting hurt.
Dohalim?
I imagine the remaining pieces of the puzzle that we seek rest somewhere within Lenegis. As for what the final picture will look like, who can say? I think it's best we not dwell on it too much for the time being.
Right.
How you holding up?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You took a hit from those thorns again, didn't you?
Oh, that? That was nothing.
Compared to what Shion's going through, you mean? Still, even if you yourself might be willing to endure that kind of pain, that doesn't mean Shion wants to have to see you get hurt by her thorns, you know?
Yeah, I know. I'll be careful.
Shion doesn't know how lucky she is to have you around, you know? Dashing in to save her at the last minute.
Yeah, very funny.
I'm being serious. You went up and held her close like you still had that mask on, and you didn't even bat an eye. She really needed that. That's what I mean when I said you saved her. Just like you did with the rest of us.
I just want for Shion what we all have. The ability to touch someone without the fear of killing them. Those thorns have robbed her of the kind of everyday things we all take for granted. And it's not right.
You can say that again. It may be normal for us, but that doesn't make it any less special or important for her. I hope she gets what she wants. I have my own dreams, but a world without her, where she dies so we can all survive, isn't a world I want to live in.
Agreed. It's like more and more keeps getting taken from her, and I'm done with it.
Did you know?
You mean about Shion?
Yeah, I didn't have the slightest idea. I mean, every once in a while I thought something seemed a little off, but I never could have imagined. It's like a completely different world was spinning around me and I couldn't even see it.
You and me both. I mean, I knew something was bothering her, but I could never quite figure out what it was.
You? But you're the one always looking out for her, aren't you?
That's what I thought. But in reality, I didn't understand it all. What I thought was helping and being there for her was actually just driving her into a corner.
At least you figured it out in time, though, right?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. But yeah, you're right. We brought her back from the edge, and we're going to stop those thorns from taking her, no matter what.
Yeah, with all of us together, there's nothing we can't handle. Shion, the world, we can save everyone. And I mean it when I say we, Alphen.
I know. No lone wolfing it.
Hey, you're the expert on what my dad would say. Do you think he'd pat me on the back or tell me off?
Zephyr, I don't think that he'd have that much to say, to be honest. You're your own man now, Law. And you've already made up your own mind about what you want.
I guess he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to.
Law.
Sorry. I guess those of us amongst the living have enough problems to deal with, don't we? We'll need all our strength to save Shion. I'll probably end up worrying again at some point, but I guess I'll think it over more then. That okay?
Yeah, I think it is. Can't sleep?
After everything we just heard, how could I?
Fair enough.
Shion's had to deal with so much on her own. Even when we were all laughing and celebrating, she just kept quiet and didn't say anything. I thought she was keeping her distance because of her thorns. That it was because she didn't want to hurt anybody by getting too close. I just figured that that was the type of person she was, you know? But it turned out to be none of that. All this time, she felt like she had to die and sacrifice herself for the greater good. But even then, she didn't think she could say anything to us about it.
I know.
She was so alone this entire time. How could I call her a friend and yet be so completely blind to everything she was going through?
I'm sure it made her happy, knowing you were there for her.
You really think so?
Yeah, I do. If she didn't think of us as friends, I don't think she could have ever opened up to us like that. You were a good friend to her before, and you'll be an even better one now.
Yeah, I really hope so. I want to be the best I can for her. When you think about it, we were all alone in our own way. But over time, we've all found ways to let each other into our lives. I hope Shion's able to do that one day too. No, I mean, I hope she's able to do that more. Lots and lots more. I think it'd be really nice if we could all just be there to support each other when it really counts. And forget about our grudges and pain.
Rinwell. Hey, you doing all right?
I seem to cause nothing but worry. As much as I try to look like I have things under control, everyone still worries about me.
You're not the only one.
Hey, do you remember the first time you said I was your friend?
No? When was that? Sorry, I can't remember.
That's okay. It came so naturally to you, I'm not surprised you forgot. I was different back then. The Dahnans were not even people to me, and I knew I would always be alone. But in that room with Deadheim, when you called me your friend, it just shattered the wall that I'd built up around me. Because until that moment, I'd only seen you as a means to an end. I thought of you as a way to use the blazing sword, and to obtain the Renis Alma. But after that day, one time became two. And before I knew it, you'd made a habit of calling me and Dohalim your friends. It didn't matter that we were Renins. You cared about us as you would any other people. Then, everyone else started to call me their friend too. To think of me as their friend. Before then, I never even dreamed I could have that. I didn't want to die and lose you all. But I also didn't want to live if it meant you would all die in my place.
Shion.
But then, I realized I'd only really been thinking of myself that entire time. After saying how I felt, and hearing what you all had to say, I finally understood that. Don't worry, it's okay. I'm not planning on dying anymore. I've met too many people along the way who I truly care about to give in now. So I'll fight. For Dana and for myself. I'll fight against my fate to preserve our future. And I'll win, come hell or high water. I don't know how we're going to do it, but I won't let the world end because of me.
It's going to be a long, hard road ahead, Shion. Our fight won't be over until everyone, both Danans and Renins, can finally live in peace. But I swear I'll be there with you, until the very end.
Thank you.
Remember what we learned back in Calaglia? There's no wall so high that we can't break it down.
Yeah, I think you may be right about that.
Everyone well rested? Then let's go. We depart for Lenegis.
So, I hate to chop off early, but that's probably a really good cutoff point. But first, I do want to say thank you to Ryman, as always. If you want to put that towards something, please let me know. And that reminds me, Bragwin, someone donated a sub towards your choice, if you want to put that towards something. But, so what I'm going to do, during that cutscene, I was getting the audit done in the background, which was helped by the fact that it gained 2-story positives for that cutscene, because that was a really good cutscene. But anyways, point being, the score is currently up to date and audited, so we've actually managed to get a lot of that out of the way and done. No, I was hoping to get burgers today, and then I forgot to order them, so now it's too late. So, I think I'm going to be stuck with soup again. Which is funny, because it's... I don't mean to sound unkind, but it's starting to affect my digestion. Like, it's causing me issues. I need to start actually having meat in my diet again, and soon. Skyrim, you got it, Ryman. Thank you. I could order burgers, but they won't be here in time. That's the problem. It takes too long. So let me go ahead and make sure I save. I don't know if I saved. I did not save.